to reach deep within, find lots of energy, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming our management as they join us here today. We're also joined here by our special guest, Mr. Jalaj Dani, who is here with us. Big round of applause for Dr. Manimekalai Mohan, Mr. Mohan Das, Ms. Srisha and Mr. Nitin, who've joined us here. Welcome, welcome. That's more like it. Thank you. I'm going to invite you all to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the SSVM Institution presents the Transforming India Conclave 2025. For most of us, our entire lives, our very first memory begins with music. It may be the voice of your mother, your grandmother, your father singing to you. It may be forgotten memories of another lifetime where it's music from the soil. But what connects us, irrespective of what language we know, where we're from, what region we're from, is music. It is that one universal language that we can feel before we understand, that we can sense, we can soak in, and we can feel energized by. So we begin today with a beautiful rendition of a wonderful song by the SSVM Metupalayam Choir. So can I get you to please keep the applause going as our lovely students take the stage.
Oh sa re ma pa ni sa ni pa pa da ni pa ma re ga re sa ni sa re ma pa ni pa ma pa ni sa re ga re sa ni pa ni sa ni sa re ma pa ni pa ma pa ni ni sa re ga re sa ni pa ni sa ma pa ni sa re ga re sa ni pa ni sa ga re sa ni pa ni re ga re sa ni pa ni re sa.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope that was a powerful beginning for what promises to be an excellent 3 days of this conclave. You may wonder why we began with a song as an ode to Lord Shiva. For most of you, Lord Shiva is known as the Lord of Destruction. But pause for a second. Think about what happens when you destroy old ideas, you make space for the new. That means what we're hoping that you embody from this song we just heard, what we're hoping, the energy that you imbibe in all of yourself going forward for the next 3 days, is the energy of transformation, where you open your minds and your hearts to the possibilities of change. Because when you are ready to transform, I don't think you have much of a choice. You are at the SSVM Transforming India Conclave. But all jokes aside, the future with AI and all of the conversations that we have been hearing, the discourse in the media, whether it's on socials, whether it be with our families, on WhatsApp groups, or on dining tables, have been going in one direction. You are the future of this country that also makes you the future of this world. So if you open yourself up to the energy of transformation, your ideas, accelerated by AI, can transform the world. I hope you believe that each and every one of you have the ability to transform the world. On that note, to up the energy a little bit more, to give you a little bit more food for thought, to prime you for all the learning that is to come, we present to you an absolutely beautiful welcome dance performance by the students of SSVM Metupalayam. These are your friends, your colleagues. Much bigger round of applause than that.
வேலோன் வேடுவர் குலமங்கை மாலோன் மருகன் முருகன் செங்கை வேலோன் வேடுவர் குலமங்கை ஆலோலம் 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 கோவில் மகிழ் தருள் மேலான் சேவடி மேனி பணிவோ ஆலோலம் கோவில் மகிழ் தருள் மேலான் சேவடி மேனி பணிவோ மகரி சகமத பம் 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 மக மகரி சதன கமதனே ச ச ச ச நித மகரி சகமத பத 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 மத மகரி சதன Saga
A big round of applause for our dancers one more time. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, teachers, special guests, on behalf of SSVM institutions, Vanakkam, Namaste, hello and welcome to the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2025. This year's theme is AI and humanity co-creating our world today. And it asks a very simple yet truly profound question. What happens when the fastest tool in human history meets the deepest values in humanity? Well, I thought this is one place where I might find the answer, because this is one of those institutes, and youngsters will be debating and discussing values, discussing the future of humanity, discussing a new startup idea, egging and cheering someone on as they come up with something. They'll be called crazy. But right here, they will be called a savant, an innovator, someone who's truly unique. That is what you are fortunate to be born with. More importantly, fortunate to be in an institution that embraces that in each and every one of you. So ladies and gentlemen, what does AI bring to the table? It brings with it speed, scale, prediction. What do we as humans bring to the table? Well, apart from being the creators of AI, what else do we bring to the table? Well, we bring with ourselves purpose, wisdom, but most importantly, our compassion. Because together, AI and humans, what are we going to build? Well, I'm hoping we're not just building intelligent systems, we are going to build an intelligent society. So let me give you a few numbers. Let me help you set context to understand a little bit more about AI and what's going on in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, AI could add nearly $15.7 trillion to the world economy by 2030. And if AI was at the console, this light would have been on me 10 seconds ago. But all jokes aside, closer home, India has greenlit the India AI mission with an outlay of 10,371 crores and a plan for 10,000 plus GPUs, a public-private push to power research, startup, and public innovation. What does this mean for someone who's in grade 9, 10, or all the way up to grade 12? You might have imagined a future for yourself. What I promise you is that the future you've imagined yourself and the future you're about to walk into are going to be vastly different. So what we're hoping that you take at the end of these 3 days is, please do not be limited by your own imagination. Dig deep into yourself. Believe in that power that you can transform no matter what AI, no matter what world or life throws your way. Because you are in touch with your power. You are in touch with your purpose. And when you combine those two, you can transform not just India, but the entire world. But all these numbers I tell you, they don't just define progress. Values do. And for many of you who are in 9th grade and 10th grade, sometimes you're wondering, are these subjects I'm studying going to be of any use to me? I remember being in 8th grade and learning all about the Bhagavad Gita and wondering, when am I ever going to use this in my life? Well, it's 2025. I'm on a stage. I'm about to quote the Bhagavad Gita from memory, from what I learned in 8th grade. So you never know what you learn in the halls of these institutions and when in life it's going to hold you in good stead. But to quote the Gita, Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam, and it translates to excellence in action. And that should be your compass. Build boldly. Embrace the audacity, the ambition to go achieve the impossible. But please, do all of it by building responsibly. Because that is one thing that we bring to the table that AI doesn't. Our responsibility to those sitting around us, our responsibility to humanity at large. Ladies and gentlemen, Sundar Pichai calls AI more profound than electricity or fire. It is a force that will touch every single field. And Satya Nadella emphasizes that its true promise is to empower people, not to replace them. Take that in. AI is not here to replace any one of you. It is here to empower you. It's here to be the rocket fuel to your dreams. You're going to have to change a little. You're going to have to adapt. You're going to have to think, be quick on your feet. But if you can do all of that, and you're trained to do all of that, because you study here, the world is your oyster, and we're hoping you go out and chase it. There's a lot of conversation about AI in the abstract, but it's being used right now, this very moment, as we're talking. There are AI river flood forecasts that give communities up to 7 days of warning, and this is being used all across India for the last 2 years and is being used even today. We're also catching diseases far earlier than we ever would have, because we have AI reading chest x-rays in just mere seconds, in places where we do not have access to hospitals, but just a van and a portable chest x-ray. We're screening for cancer affordably with apps like Thermalytics that uses thermal imaging to provide radiation-free breast cancer screening. We're protecting people's eyesight with AI systems triaging diabetic retinopathy. We have platforms like Bharshini and accessibility features that you're all familiar with on your social media platforms like Live Caption and Seeing AI that helps you translate, transcribe, describe the world in real time. Because our world today is not just in real life, but it's also in the digital square. And we're trying to make the digital public square more inclusive, and AI helps us do that. On farms, we have farmers using mobile phone apps to take pictures of their crops to figure out what plants are diseased, how they can go about tackling it in an organic manner. So our task isn't about man versus machine. It is about humanity with machines for humankind. We align capability with character, and we match acceleration with ethics. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is my 4th year at the SSVM Transforming India Conclave. My name is Sahitya Jagannathan, and I wait 364 days every single year for when I will be back. Thank you for giving me the privilege and honor of your time, your minds, and your hearts. I hope I can impact you in a positive way. Thank you once again. So to have a conclave of this nature, to discuss subjects of such gravity with young minds, it's only possible with visionary leadership, and I'm really hoping you're all aware of how fortunate and lucky you are to have them in your lives. So can we please take a moment with a huge round of applause to acknowledge 4 wonderful people who are there with you every single day of your journey. Please put your hands together for your founder and managing trustee of SSVM Institutions, Dr. Manimekalai Mohan, right there. Ma'am, if I can have you just turn around and acknowledge our students. Mr. Mohandas, your trustee for SSVM Institutions, sir, is right there. Your Director of Education for SSVM Institutions, Ms. Shrisha, right there. Your Director for Infrastructure SSVM Institutions, Mr. Nitin. Thank you for everything that you do on behalf of all of them, their parents and their families. Over the next 3 days, we're going to learn from extraordinary minds across technology, education, health, entrepreneurship, media. We have the likes of Mr. Jalajdani right here. We're going to be joined by Ankur Variku, legendary director Lokesh Kanakaraj. We have, finance whiz kid Sharan Hegde, badminton legend Prakash Padukone, and these are just a few people who are going to be here the next few days. So, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of accelerating the future, there's someone here who even makes AI check its settings. Someone who works harder than any server farm that you ever know. Thinks faster than your best recommendation engine currently on the market. And looks to the future with an energy that is frankly indefatigable. And if AI runs on GPUs, she runs on grit, purpose, and an unstoppable spirit. If AI is trained on data sets, she's trained on decades of dedication, and if algorithms optimize, she uplifts. Someone once said, as more and more artificial intelligence is entering into the world, more and more emotional intelligence must enter into leadership. You are truly lucky to have emotionally intelligent leadership. So how does a vision become an institution? And an institution become a movement? You're about to see the story of an educationist and a pioneer whose work has touched thousands of young lives and reimagined what learnings can feel like. Take a look.
She taught us to dream.
She told us we are the future. She believed in me even before I believed in myself.
Her vision made me who I am today.
She gave us wings.
Welcome to the stage, a visionary reformer, a pillar of women educators who've been supported, the champion of teachers, and of course, she brings together modern education and timeless Indian values. Please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Dr. Manimekalai Mohan. Ladies and gentlemen, with 28 years, her legacy has been a living promise, and her work has earned her national and international recognition. Some people call it artificial intelligence, but ma'am, can I have you just join me right here? When I take a look at her, I think AI needs to be renamed as authentic intelligence. Well, ma'am, today we wanted to say to you that words can barely do justice to your legacy, everything that you've done for this many decades. With your permission, we put together a small little tribute from a place of love for you. Please take a look.
Some stories aren't written in book, they are etched in hearts. This is the story of Dr. Manimekalai Mohan. 1998, 25 children, one courageous heart, what many call a small school. She saw as the beginning of a movement. Every dreamer need a pillar. For her, it was Dr. Mohandas, steadfast, resilient, unwavering. If her vision was the flame, his faith was the foundation. Together, a simple dream became a sanctuary of hope, and the dream became a legacy. Shrisha carried her mother's fire into tomorrow. With Nitin Jai's creativity, the vision grew wings. What began as one women's mission became a family's purpose. From Metupalayam to 15 plus world-class institutions, CBSE, IB, Cambridge, touching over 10,000 lives. And the world noticed Global Lifetime Achievement in Education. Nelson Mandela Leadership, Most Influential Educator of the Year. Her voice carrying Indian education across continents. Through the SSVM, Transforming Indian Conclave, she brought thinkers, leaders, changemakers under one roof. She gave children a stage, not just to listen, but to question, to imagine, to dare. When thousands of young voices race together, a nation remembers its future. Dr. Manimekalai Mohan, an educator, a nation builder, a legacy of hope.
Ma'am, you continue to inspire us every single day. Can I have you join us center stage? May I please welcome to the stage Mr. Mohandas, sir, Ms. Shrisha and Mr. Nitin. We'd love a picture of the leadership team together first. May I invite you all to please join us up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause going. Wasn't that incredible? And I think what she's looking to instill in each and every one of you is that if she can do it, so can each and every one of you. Welcome, welcome to the stage. Can I have you step together for a group photograph, please? And we're also deeply honored to welcome Mr. Jalaj Dani. Sir, requesting he's the co-promoter of Asian Paints, director at Havells India Limited, chairman of Adverb and EduAir, and chairman of the board of directors at IIM Trichy. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us here on stage. I'm going to invite you all to please light the lamp of learning. As we light this lamp, the flame is kindled. May it illuminate all of our minds with wisdom, steady our hands with discipline, and guide our actions with values.
The daring dreams of tomorrow's entrepreneurs, while the Inspirational Guru Award will honor those who encourage young minds with patience and love. Our workshops today will ignite curiosity from art plus AI.
Ideated and conceptualized using AI, and then various different AI tools were used to create both the images that you saw, the video, as well as the audio. Or at least it's trying to keep up. It is trying our small attempt to embrace the theme this year, look to everything AI has to offer and set the tone for our very first conversation that we're going to begin with. Ladies and gentlemen, our first conversation again continues with the theme of purpose-led innovation and finding the balance between technology and humanity. And you all know, right here at SSVM, we have a truly beautiful tradition. Every single speaker who graces this stage doesn't get introduced by me, but by a student every single time. And why do we do that? Because the belief is clear. We do not wait for the future to go out in the world to become leaders. We begin being leaders in school. We find our voices when we're young. We step into our agency. We step into the spotlight. We learn to let our light shine bright. So, to carry forward this tradition and introduce our very first speaker for today, joining us here from Grade 9 SSVM School of Excellence, please put your hands together and give the warmest and most encouraging welcome you can for Daksha SD. Hello, Daksha. Stage is all yours.
Have you ever met a person whose works have touched industries, transformed communities, and inspired generations all at once? If not, no worries at all, because today you will. A leader whose works have connected business excellence as well as social responsibility. Yes, I am talking about Mr. Jalaj Dani. Mr. Dani is best known Mr. Dani is best known as a co-promoter of Asian Paints, India's largest paint companies and one of the most admired in the world. For over 2 decades, he played a key role in contributing his wisdom to the boards of HDFC and Havells. Mr. Dani also serves as the chairman of IIM Tiruchirappalli and Mr. Dani believes that success means its true meaning when it uplifts others. With his wife, Mrs. Veeta Dani, he co-founded the Dani Foundation, in which he transforms lives through education, healthcare, and the holistic community development. Ladies and gentlemen, in Mr. Dani, we see a rare blend. He is a visionary industrialist, a compassionate philanthropist, and a true nation builder. He also reminds us that leadership is not just about building companies, but it's about building people and communities. With immense pride and gratitude, let us welcome a change maker to our conclave who has inspired both boardrooms as well as classrooms, Mr. Jalaj Dani.
Daksha, can I have you join me right here while we welcome Mr. Dani on stage? And as we welcome Mr. Dani to the stage, we've got a short video for you all to take a look that helps you understand everything he does in his work. Take a look. Welcome, sir. May I invite you to please be seated? So the mic is live. Absolute pleasure to have you here with us. And we've got a little bit of time where we can chat. I can ask you some questions. And then we have a very inquisitive group here. I promise you they're going to have lots of questions for you. And I want to start off with a very simple question. We're already seeing AI saving lives through its application in healthcare, helping to fight climate change. And we have a lot of students here who are aspiring to solve some of the biggest problems of our time with the use of AI. Where should they start? What is a good place to begin as students of grade 9 to 12?
Very good morning to all of you. I want to thank all the trustees for having me here. I must say I didn't expect this kind of an institution in a place like Coimbatore. It's absolutely impressive, and I'm most jealous of the students.
Not just you. It's me, every single other person in your seat every year for 4 years. I think apart from educating them, this makes all of us wish we had this when we were growing up.
Yeah, it's I think wonderful, and I would only say make the most of it, because time like this will not come again in your life. Coming back to what you were asking, I would say do what you enjoy and do what you are good at. I think that's more important than anything else. Technology, AI, it may be called something else day after tomorrow, is here to stay. And technology is an enabler. Technology will allow you to do many things better. But in the hand, the power of technology, how it can be molded, how it can be shaped, how it can be unleashed, is in your hands. It's in your mind more than anywhere else. And that's why, again, do what you enjoy, because if you do that, there will be some place where you'll discover you can deploy it. And if you enjoy it, you will invest more time, you'll spend more hours. Nobody will have to tell you, do more of this. You will be self-started, you'll be self-initiated, you will be excited and charged up all the time to do it on your own. So that's why that's one thing that's important. And second is, you have to be good at it. Don't come back and say, I enjoy it, so I do it. If you are enjoying it, if you are doing it, then you have to be good at it. And there are many different ways in which you can determine whether you are good at it. Doing well in an examination or test is one of them. Doing something in the lab is another. Doing something outside the classroom, outside the campus is a third way of doing it and measuring its effectiveness. But I would say those are the two things. If you really enjoy and if you are good at it, you'll be able to get the maximum out of technology and do more and more of it, and hopefully do it better than anyone else in the world.
Okay. Find a way to enjoy it, then work really hard to get good at it. I like that. And through Adverb, you're driving robotics and automation, and for students, I think that's incredibly exciting. So can you give them real-world examples of how robotics and AI are already changing factories in India right now? How is it changing the workplace?
Yeah, so what you saw was one product. This is, I think all of you watch cricket and IPL. You would have seen this in the field of play this time. It's a similar product. It's not our product, but what you would call a quadruped or a dog. This is something we have been able to develop it in-house. This is a startup. Adverb Technologies is a startup, and as you saw, the logo says human robot possibilities. That's what we do. We are all here, and what your theme is all about as far as this conference is concerned. So it's how humans and robots can create tremendous opportunities, possibilities. That's what we believe in. the company that started 7 years ago, as I said, it's a company that now sells more than 40% of its products and services outside of India. It's a company that has developed all this technology and products in-house right here outside of Delhi in Noida and Greater Noida. So it's possible to dream, it's possible to put these things together. And what you saw here is a product that can be used for security, for surveillance, for movement of material. What you would call a mule, that's what this is. We are able to do things at scale. We are able to do things right first time. We are able to do things safely. Imagine a world where you had a 20, 30 story structure which was all warehouse material lying, and you had to go up and down to get it, and you had to do it fast. You would not be able to do it at that height, which is the scale and the area where you have to do. You can't do it fast, so which is right first time, so you will end up making lots of mistakes, and you can't. With the deployment of technology, you are able to do all these three things. But at the back, there are human who are bringing various technologies, both software and hardware, various equipments, and ensuring that they talk to each other. Doing it in a safe way, and can go rogue and create challenges. And that's why, again, anything you do in technology has to be balanced with what we have heard ma'am talk and what you practice every day on the campus here. In the end, this is power in the hands of a few people, but it has to be responsibly deployed. It has to be done for safety. It has to be done for a better quality of life. It has to be done for better outcomes for everyone. But it can become abusive. It can become, and that's always been a challenge with technology. But the civilization over centuries has dealt with very responsibly. And that's the onus on all of you as young people to balance, if there is efficiency on one side with values, with responsible behavior on the other side, impact, taking it to the social sector. Applications like this, we have another venture which is in drones, and there is very little difference as far as technology is concerned between a robot. I was greeted by one of them as I walked in. We make many of such similar equipment. So robots move on the ground, whereas drones go up in the sky. So the navigation systems are slightly different, but outside of that, most of the technology and parts are overlapping.
So, sir, can I jump in and maybe
Yes.
ask you a question? Because I've been told tomorrow I'm co-hosting with a robot.
Okay.
And we have teachers in this audience. How far away are we from having maybe robots as teaching assistants or as teachers? How far are we from that being a reality?
I think some of that is happening today also. And technology will get better and better as it is used, and brighter minds work and shape it. But it still needs guidance.
Of course.
It puts together huge amount of data in a meaningful way, in a purposeful way. And I think more and more of that is happening in every sector, whether it's agriculture, whether it's healthcare, sports, the way a table tennis ball moves, what happens when it hits a racket, when it hits the surface of a table tennis table, how to train better, how to anticipate. The deployment of sports science as far as body functions are concerned for sports. So every area you will see more and more deployment of technology, and the more we deploy, more we will learn, more we will get better, and again we will deploy it, and it will help more and more people. Because there are so many underserved people in this country and all over the world. And if anything, India is leading the way as far as some of these technologies are concerned. So it's not only English, it's not only Hindi, it's not only Tamil, but so many languages in which people are able to communicate today. You have experts from voice, you have experts from vision, so many of them coming and speaking to you in the next 3 days. Decision making, speed of decision making, how accurate your decision making is definitely becoming better as far as the business world is concerned also. The film that you showed and you said that how it was conceived and executed. So definitely technology is able to do even more than what we can imagine. We never thought when we started the robotics venture what will happen with a quadruped or a dog that you saw. Cobots, which are robots that are collaborating with human beings.
Yes.
And that's what it is about. And there's one more film on that. Maybe later you'll see that we are working on. Or in the area of drones that we have done. None of this we envisaged, and it gets picked up by media, it gets deployed in, unfortunately, wars also sometimes for good and bad purpose. But that's, I think, where technology is. And we will have to ensure that we rein it in.
Of course, human oversight always bringing in values, principles. But I also know for a fact that, sir, you're deeply invested in sports development in the country. And you even mentioned a quadruped that we all saw during the IPL. But how far away are we from maybe seeing a robot umpire a cricket match, or being involved in maybe training and maybe not Virat, but telling somebody else, maybe try this strategy differently. You've tried this in 6 other games. The outcome has never been good. Try it differently this time. How far away are we from a reality like that?
Actually, we are living that today.
We're living it today, okay?
But it can always get better and better with usage, with the speed and the computing power and rest of the technologies that are available to all of us. So just to give you 2 examples, my son plays table tennis for India, and that's one of the reasons it drew us into sports and how to create more champions from grassroots up. And that's where I must thank SSVM also. They've been wonderful partners with us as far as football is concerned. There is a football franchise, Chennaiyan, under ISL. And the team has been working closely with SSVM now for more than 6 years. He trains with a robot. My son trains with a robot on the other side of the table.
Wow, robotic sparring partners.
So how the ball spins, at what angle it will come, what speed it will come, and it doesn't get tired.
Can it maybe mimic an opponent he's about to take on next week?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was just going to come to that. We are working and designing lots of technologies. So we do a lot of work with almost 600 residential athletes across many Olympic sports as India prepares for 2036 Olympic bid. And Prakash sir is from badminton is coming here in the next 2 days, I saw also. And We work very closely with all of them. And what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? A computer will help you to understand it much better. You still need a coach, you need a mentor to help you interpret all of it.
Of course.
But you can use data to take better decisions and get more powerful insights. And then the same way you can study your opponent. You can study your opponent in different playing conditions. Somewhere where the air is thin, because the size of the room is different. The altitude where the stadium is different. The humidity is different. The temperature is different. How has that player done in other parts of the world in those conditions versus many different opponents? All this was a skill in 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Talent was always there as far as sports is concerned. But now you have these tools. They are able to bring in data from multiple sources and distill it and give it to you in a ready-to-eat form. And that makes more sense. There is a concept of hallucination. Technology will make mistakes. Technology will imagine things also sometimes. And that's where human interpretation, human guidance is important. But having a coach who has understood how to use data, having a coach who knows what skill is, what talent is, but at the same time bringing in these data points can make a huge difference as far as preparing an athlete is concerned. Same happens with sleep. Same happens with nutrition.
Oh, wow.
Today there are apps that are available that monitors, and I'm sure some of you have it on your wrist also, that helps you to monitor the quality of your sleep, the quality of your recovery. All of that may not be 100% accurate, I must forewarn you. It's still work in progress. But you have better information than you had before that helps you to train better, to push your body. We have an investment in a device, Fourth Frontier. It's about this big. And it's a strappable device. It's a startup from Bangalore. And it monitors your heart condition. Lots of people get angina, pain, and other things, and then it becomes difficult to interpret or give them help because they may be in a remote location. With this, the data is available with your doctor, with your family member, with your cardiologist, your sports science person also. And they can help you to train better, how much to push your heart, how to plan your recovery and things like that. Again, I want to say it's all work in progress. But it's all here and it's only getting better.
I love that. It's very future positive with a tiny dose of caution on the side. And I want to explore that a little bit because we have young students here from the age of 9 to 12. The sports people you're talking about, they have an army of coaches, mentors, people looking out for them, people helping them interpret data, understand how to work with AI. But for a lot of them, it's readily available on devices at home. How can they identify when AI makes a mistake? How can they learn to take maybe data that AI has read that they've fed in, maybe for an assignment, maybe they're doing some research for a project? How can they approach the AI, learn where are places it's likely to make mistakes or identify when AI is being inaccurate? Because that is a skill set they need to learn.
So there are two words that have not been touched upon so far from morning. I've been just seeing what has come on the stage and what we have discussed so far. One is judgment or interpretation. It's absolutely important to look at any data, to look at any information, and fortunately or unfortunately, lot more information is available because of technology. I'm sure it happens to all of you, but happens to me. I look at an email and I know it is an AI assisted mail that has come. My colleagues have started using it. Their mails read better, but they have become longer. And I find it very difficult to interpret them because I get lost in so much content that they give. So, somewhere, all this information is available. And it's great that all this information is available. And the information will get filtered and come out much better because of technology and the number of users over a period of time, which is a great thing. But still, you have to exercise judgment. You have to interpret what's given to you. What's put in front of you is not the gospel truth. That's not the reality. It may be reality, but it may not be. And I think it's your responsibility to understand that. Your teachers are preparing you for those skills in this school and in the college that you will go hereafter. Other word that has not been used is inquisitive. You need to stay very curious. You don't know who is coming up with better things, better solutions, better answers than what has been there in the past. It's a trait all of us have. Coming to institutions of learning like this, we hopefully get better at that. We need to stay curious our whole life. All of you as students have grandparents or maybe even great-grandparents in some case who are using WhatsApp, who are using voice messaging, who are doing many things like YouTube and other apps that they are deploying. I think the reason they are able to do that is because they are curious. And you are so young, and what you learn today, within 3 years and 5 years will become obsolete, if not earlier. So you need to continuously stay hungry for information, stay hungry for knowledge. And that's one of the things you need to learn when you come to an institute of higher learning like this. I know the purpose is to do well in exams, and over last so many years, what's tested in exams has also changed. So it's not only reproducing what you have read or heard, but it's helping interpret and put it in a meaningful way what you have absorbed. And I hope the education system also evolves and goes hands in hand with how technology evolves, because what you asked earlier is teaching assistants and lots of other tools will be available because of technology.
So, sir, can I get you to maybe address the teachers in the audience? How can teaching evolve today? How can they embrace AI? Because students no longer go to libraries. They're not even Googling for an assignment anymore. They're using Gen AI to do all of their research. So how can teachers embrace AI and continue to inculcate curiosity in students in the age of AI?
So first of all, they are teachers, and one of them was even a teacher to one of my children in school in Bombay. So I think teachers have to be spoken to with a mark of respect. So I'm not here from the stage with a mic preaching any of you, but I can only say what I do, because where I sit and where I operate, I also have the same concern, I have the same fear. There are people working around me who are deploying technology, who have many more answers on products, solutions that we are developing. They are smarter than me, they are younger than me, they are faster than me. So one is, of course, to invest time in staying abreast with what's happening in the world. It's extremely important to stay updated. That's again going back to what I said, curious for the students. I think we need to know what's happening out there. Other is, I think technology makes life much more easy in many parts. And that means you have a lot of free time. So figuring it out how technology can work for you, work with you, so you have more time to think, more time to reflect. I think these are two words you tell your children all the time, think and reflect. And I think we all need to do that too on a regular basis, and ask ourselves that question of where the world is going, in that the subjects we are teaching, how they are going to see a big change, and how we can connect those dots and help our students see the world better and prepare them for the new world, because I'm sure that's what all of you attempt to do. It's just that the world is changing very fast. And the last is, of course, values endure, as they say. So some things don't change. So how to reinforce those values, how to have that as the foundation for the students, is also our responsibilities as leaders. We are business leaders, you are academic leaders, but we have to stay true to our values. Lots of deviations will happen because of external environment, because of temptation. We have to bring them back, which I said earlier, exercise judgment.
So I love the fact that you emphasized on, staying rooted in our values that will guide our judgment, which is very much needed with regard to AI. And you also encourage them to continue to be more inquisitive and explore. So we have some very, very inquisitive grade 9 and grade 10 students. And if this is their introduction to AI, what would you suggest they explore? Can you give them a direction or two that you think would be exciting, age appropriate for them to dive into the world of AI?
So I have a senior colleague. You have heard of this organization called Pratham, which is the largest comfortable and you think it's helping, it's fine. Otherwise, again, ask people whether this is making sense, whether this the country, we had to book a call.
Sorry, did you say book a call?
Yeah.
Who are?
And then they would prioritize it, and there was something called a lightning call also, where you paid much more within few hours. Same way we had a fax system, which and transmitted on the other side and printed out. When I started going to college is when 95 as far as India is concerned, and what you guys now call them dumb phones is came in. So I think technology has evolved, helping things do better, but it's for us to figure out what to do. Down, screen facing down when we talk to somebody, when we are ringer, when we are at the dinner table, do family members talk to each other? Listening to music, are you talking to each other? Maybe even sharing a video. Same thing happens at a workplace. There is a huge human need to connect with. There is a huge need to be appreciated and applauded, to feel valued. Emotions is all that we are. We have the cerebral side, we do things for a living, but passion is equally important. So all these things can't be replicated any other way. My son can relate to somebody who comes from a very different economic and a social background as a table tennis player, and he is a brand ambassador for Rolex, so he can go and talk to the CEO of Rolex, which is at a very different level. But that's what sports has taught him. And I think whatever you do, you have that human need to connect with people, because in the end, we only talk to people through that language which other person understands. So technology helps you to get better. It frees up your time, but going for a walk, reading a book, maybe you can read it digitally, but watching a movie, whatever it is, and doing it with your friends, there's no substitute to that. There is what this concept that we are trying to popularize. It's called physical literacy. So even the National Education Policy and all talks of numeracy, reading, writing, all this. We are saying it's important for kids to play for 1 hour every day in school. We call that physical literacy, because that's when you interact with another human being. You take the losses with the wins. You become a team player. You sacrifice for your teammates. All these human qualities and needs that are there. That doesn't go away. In companies, we have what you call an HR department, which is the human resource department that recruits people, pays people. They have a very important responsibility. It's called engagement. How engaged the employee is, how engaged that person is to their boss, to their super boss, to the rest of the organization. That's so important, and that's human connection. That doesn't come by sending a mail from one terminal to another, from one phone to another. Social apps on digital will be there, but that will help you to connect to people better. Today I can connect to so many more, but making that connection and making somebody feel special and feeling special yourself.
Thank you, sir. In the spirit of connection, we have a few more students we'd like to connect with for questions. And I think we're a little short on time, so we're going to do 2 more questions. Over to you, young man.
So I am Kriti. How do you evaluate whether a new technology is solving human problems or just chasing hype?
How do you evaluate if a technology is solving problems or just hype, or maybe creating problems? How do you evaluate?
So it's difficult to know, to be very honest. We struggle with this every day. If you had called me 6 months from now, we hope to launch a humanoid in the same company. It's expensive to develop these technologies, and one is never sure whether we'll be able to develop it also. We may not have all the skills, we may not have all the knowledge in the organization. But it's a leap of faith. We believe we have most of the building blocks and we can put it together better than somebody else and hopefully make a product that is better than anybody else. Because that's the only reason somebody else, a customer out there, will buy your product. Otherwise, if it's not as good, you as a customer will go to somebody else. On your phone also, there are so many apps you have. Some you go to and some you don't because you think the user experience is not good or the content is not rich enough or whatever. So there is no easy answer to these things. You are professionally trained, you are qualified, you have lots of people around you in the ecosystem who are giving you inputs on what will work, what will not work in terms of putting it together, and then more importantly, to commercially make it a success. You will hear this phrase many times that this product came too early. It came before its time was due. And many technologies are available in a lab, in an industrial outfit, in somebody's mind. But to translate that takes extraordinary efforts. The whole ecosystem to produce a product like that or an experience like that. So it's a little bit of give and take. It's risky. And that's why the returns are also very high.
Okay, high risk, high reward. That is our takeaway from that. And
I see 2-3 hands on this side.
I understand we have time for one more question. My sincerest apologies. There's someone lined up already there, boys. Ma'am, can we pass the mic there, please, then? Can I have you stand up where you are? And can I also say, I love the fact that the whole row is encouraging you and cheering you on. This is nice to see.
So, sir, do you think that AI can be used for ethical thinking? For example, to evaluate a crime?
I think you have better experts than me in the next 3 days, including, I think, some in the front row who can help you with this. But I'll tell you my personal view, and I may be wrong. And that's where you exercise your judgment to believe what I'm saying. I think AI can help you to put together a lot of information. Whatever ethical, moral dilemmas that you have, some of this has been seen in other parts of the world, in other spheres of life. If you can get all that with you, you can make a much more well-informed decision. And again, it's about values, it's about judgment. So you'll make a more well-informed decision. In the end, your own principles will determine whether you made the right decision consistent with your value system. Because in the end, I always say that, and you are too young, so you probably fall asleep every night exhausted from using your phone, but some of us are not like that. I hope you are allowed the phone. The way you are nodding your head, I'm not sure. But all of us say that when we put our head on the pillow in the night, we should get a good night's sleep. So none of those ethical compromises. So it's important to get all that information through technology. But in the end, there is no substitute to intuition, gut feeling, confidence, judgment.
Okay, interesting. I don't think we've figured out how to code for intuition, gut feeling, ethics, and forget things being black and white, the entire spectrum of gray. Sir, thank you so very much. This has been absolutely incredible and insightful, and I really wish we had more time. We have a ton of questions. Thank you. Can I have you stay back, give away a few awards before you go? May I please welcome the management, the leadership team to please join us up here on stage. So every year here at the SSVM Transforming India Conclave, we have several awards we give away. One of them is the Inspirational Guru Awards, where we celebrate the service of teachers who sacrifice so much of their lives, their time, their effort in crafting lessons with so much intention in service to students. We're going to dive right in with our internal Inspirational Guru Awards. As I call out your name, we're going to invite you to please join us up on stage. First up, Miss Sobia H. from Sri Saraswati Vidya Mandir School, or SSVM. Next, I'd like to welcome Miss Chandni B. from SSVN Vidhan Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Welcome, Miss Chandni. And to all of our students, I love the fact that you've got books out, you're taking notes, you're not just getting an app and AI take all the notes for you. This is interesting, but keep the questions coming, keep the curiosity level high. Next, I'd like to welcome to center stage Miss Jana R. from SSVM School of Excellence, ma'am. Boys and girls, AI will not be stepping in for the applause, so the human beings here are going to have to keep up the energy. Next, Ms. Roshni Balasubramanian from Kids Casa. Followed by Jean Patricia F. from Reed's World School. Next, again from Reed's World School, Miss Curie Prince. My, with a name like that, if you're not winning Nobels, you're raising future Nobel winners. Miss Curie Prince. Followed by Miss Maria Debeta Thomas from RU K5 campus. Miss Maria, if I can have you join us center stage. So to everyone up in the balcony resting, can I get you to applaud for a few more teachers and then we'll rest our hands? Thank you. Next up, I'd like to welcome Ms. Vidya Anand from SSVM Kids Casa. Followed by Dr. V. Saravanakumar from SSVM World School. Dr. Saravanakumar, don't forget to look up in the gallery. Some of the students are up on their feet. Miss Lakshmi from SSVM School of Excellence. J from RU Early Years. Hey, if the toddlers were here, they'll be hooting and hollering for her. Can you please step in, make a little bit more noise for Miss Purnima J. Next up, Miss Maithili V from RU Continuum. Next up, Mr. Santosh Mohan from RU Continuum. And next up, we have Ms. Preeti K from the RU K5 campus. One last time, a big round of applause for all of our Inspirational Guru Award recipients. Thank you so very much. And now, may I please invite the leadership team to felicitate Mr. Jalaj Dani. If you enjoyed that conversation where he made you reevaluate your values, your life's direction going forward with some interesting takeaways, please show some appreciation for the lovely gentleman up here. This was our first session for the day, and what a beautiful grounding discourse this was. Thank you so very much for that incredibly inspiring session. Thank you. May I invite you all to please take your seats. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this journey of humanity and AI, our next conversation is all about something very close to the hearts of you young people out here. This is about how small sparks of imagination can lead to big change. So in a world where AI is no longer distant or abstract, we heard about how AI is being used everywhere, from the cricket fields to in factories, changing the way we live and we work. It's been helping us learn faster, solve problems smarter, and more importantly, I think AI is truly beginning to make us dream way more audaciously than we have before. So, to continue the SSVM tradition of having a wonderful, promising young student join us here on stage to introduce our next speaker, may I please welcome to the stage Amrit Roshan from Grade 10 from SSVM Metupalayam. Please make some noise.
What if I told you that one of India's most influential entrepreneurs was rejected by IITs, 6 US universities, and 49 investors before finally building a multi-million-dollar startup funded by the Sequoia Capital? And this is the same firm that invested in all the big names. You name it. Apple, Google, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, Airbnb. I mean, how often do you come across someone who dropped out of a PhD, built a multi-million-dollar startup, left it at its peak, and decided to start over on the internet, telling people how not to mess up their lives? You've seen the videos. Black t-shirt, calm voice, and brutal clarity. One day, he's breaking down personal finance in less than a minute, and the next, he's probably telling you why your college degree means nothing. So, if you've ever asked yourselves, what in the world am I doing with my life? Trust me, he's probably the man who showed up on your feed with a solution. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the man who turned setbacks into milestones and insights into action. The man who built one of India's most successful startups, Nearby.com. The one, the only, Mr. Ankur Warikoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce this girl who did an absolutely wonderful job welcoming our speaker to the stage. This is Shiba Mary Thomas. Hi, Shiba. What a wonderful job you've done. I'm going to let you greet him and welcome him.
So amazing, Shiba.
Thank you so much.
You were so good.
Thank you so much.
I'm so happy to hear.
Thanks so much.
I wish we had you mic'd when you were complimenting her. Hi, Sahitya. Pleasure to meet you. So, Ankur, it's safe to say that everyone here has been waiting for you to get on stage.
Thank you.
They're a very excited lot. They're very, very familiar with pretty much every single video you've ever put out. So what we're hoping is new nuggets of wisdom on stage right here today.
No
Not
pressure
to put
felt.
any pressure on you.
No pressure felt. No pressure felt.
Okay, and we'll start with something very, very simple and easy because would you like some light in the audience? Would
I
that
would
be
love
better?
to. I would love
A
to
little
get a
bit more
sense
light in the audience so he
This
can
is
see
wonderful.
the students' faces.
Perfect.
Is that better? More comfortable?
Yeah, that's great. Could I do an audience poll before you start?
Feel free.
Wonderful. Who all are in the 9th grade? Show of hands. 9th grade, show of hands. Awesome. 10th grade, show of hands.
And if the hands don't go up, I'm wondering if you're clearing the grade. So the hands need to go all the way up.
All right. Are there 11th graders here? Oh, lots of them. How many of you are science 11th graders? Show of hands. That's okay. Mistakes happen. Commerce 11th graders? Awesome. You'll make it. Don't worry. Humanities 11th graders? The sheepish hands going out. It's totally okay, huh? It's absolutely okay. Let nobody make you believe otherwise. Okay, and 12th graders? Are there any 12th graders as well? Wow, wonderful. I'm glad the school gave you permission to sit.
Those are the cheeky ones egging each other on, asking questions. They're like, we don't have to come back to the school next year, so we can ask all the fun questions
all
this
the fun
year.
questions.
I see you.
Lovely, wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. Please.
So I think we already got the discussion rolling on AI, and I want to start off because content creation is where you thrive, it's your expertise. And we see so much content online today. How can they tell when content is AI generated and when it's not? Because some of it is easy to tell.
Yes.
But some of it deceptively not so much.
Sure.
So how can they tell that apart?
That's a great question to start. The thing that I will always rely on is what you feel in your gut when you go through any content piece. The truth is the following. You don't follow content just because it's glamorous, it's very slick, it's very nicely edited. You follow content because you connect with that content, because you felt that it spoke to you in whatever language, in whatever mechanism. So it's possible you may like comedy because it appealed to you in that moment. It's possible that you liked tragedy because it appealed to you in that moment. It's possible that you liked informational content because it appealed to you in that moment. And what is absolutely true, even though AI technology has been there for several years, AI is of course a recent phenomenon if you've been a consumer, but if you were to just step back, and I've been very fortunate to have lived in the technology space for nearly 2 decades now. This AI revolution has been on for several decades. It's only now that it's become more popular and more sure. You will always connect to what is the authenticity of that content, irrespective of who's generating it and how it's coming across. And that will always be the best measure of whether it is factually or morally the right thing to follow or not. It's totally okay if you have fallen in love with an AI content creator. There's nothing bad about it. But you will always find that there is something in the way that they narrate, something in the way that they share, something in the way that they express that you resonate with. And if you find yourself dismissing that, it could very well be a human. It could very well be the worst replica or form of an AI avatar. I would say that the best thing you can do as a student, as a young individual, is to train your intuition and your gut and come to believe in it. There is gut and intuition in humans for a reason. There isn't that in animals. There is no species that relies on something called gut and intuition, but we do. And it's absolutely okay for you to rely on it, even if there is no explanation why. Maybe, and I'm just extending this to beyond AI, you meet a new person, and you can't explain why you don't like them. You can't explain why there's something off about them. You can't explain why you don't like their vibe. And you know what? It's okay for you to not explain it. It's absolutely okay for you to not proceed because your gut is telling you something. And the opposite is also true. You may meet somebody for the first time and you love their energy. You love their vibe. You love how they speak, there's something that attracts you towards them. It's okay for you to not have an explanation why. It's okay for you to stand in front of your own self and be like, I have no idea why I like or don't like that person. Because at the end of it, you will build that gut and that intuition over time. And AI is just one more test of your gut and your intuition thrown into the scheme of things. It's making it very interesting, also very hard, but I love that challenge, even for myself at 45, and certainly for you at 14, 15, 16, 17, that we have this new test where NEET and all the other exams, we now have to prepare for this life exam as well. Am I depending on my gut and getting to hear it and acknowledge it because I feel something is off? Or do I just go with the flow, or worse, go with what others are forcing me to believe and have no point of view of my own?
Ankur, before we jump into AI, I want to jump in here because you're talking about intuition and gut.
Yes.
And I remember being 14 or 15 and wondering, is that my gut telling me something? Am I nervous about it, and am I hearing that voice? Or is this a reflection of maybe my insecurities? How do I tell those apart?
You can't. At 14 and 15, it's impossible to. And I think that's the beauty of being at that age. I also remember being 14 several years back. And at that point of time, you're just beating yourself up because you don't know what is right, what is wrong. If there is a right, if there is a wrong, your teachers are telling you something, your parents are telling you something, your friends are making you believe something. And I'll be the first one, as I was introduced as well, the first one to raise my hand and said, I'm wrong. And I realize I'm wrong. I made a mistake, and I realize I made a mistake. Because the purpose of life is to not do everything right. The purpose of life is to figure out that you did something wrong and to correct it, so that the number of events that you falter at become lesser and lesser and lesser, but you never become a perfect person. And at your age, the worst thing that you can do is to run away from making a mistake. The worst thing that you can do is to be fearful of failure. Please don't go and pursue failure. That'll be kind of stupid. But if you fail, which you inevitably will, don't be scared of that, because that's the only training that will prepare you for life. So if you don't know whether it's your insecurity or not, sit with yourself and ask what it could be. And if you don't have an answer, it's perfectly fine. Over time, you'll get to that answer, but don't ever run away from that answer. I mean, it's funny, I was having this conversation with my 14-year-old yesterday, and I told him exactly that. His name is Vidur. I told him, Vidur, here's the best thing about losing at something you were trying to do. When you lose at something, it could be a race, it could be an exam, it could be even a relationship, and you figure what went wrong and you fix it, you have one less reason now to lose. You have one less thing that you could possibly lose at tomorrow. It will make you a better version of yourself. But if you were to become dismissive, if you were to become defensive, if you were to run away from somebody who's telling you, Vidur, this is something that you can fix in yourself, this is something that is stopping you, then you're actually staying exactly the way you are and not becoming better. And as students, the only message that I would love to give you is please never, ever run away from your failures or your losses, because they're the reasons why you'll become a better person.
So, Ankur, we're going to get back to AI, or
Yes.
I'm going to get a cue card that tells me get back to AI. But no, I have a follow-up to what you...
Please.
Because this conversation is going in a whole different
In a
direction,
whole different
but
direction
I'm
as
enjoying
you
it.
intended. I
Which
would
is,
imagine so.
looking back to being like 14 or 15, as an adult, I now understand that failure doesn't mean the end of the world.
Yeah.
I can learn from it, I can get better. But at that age, when I made a mistake, it felt like the be-all and the end-all of things. So can you give them like 3 steps in which when they make a mistake, they can get out of that place to a mindset where they can then learn from it and move on?
So here's the way you have to think about this, and this is something that I learned the hard way, so I'm just sharing it with you in the hope that you could perhaps do something about it. The 1st of January most of us in this room make a resolution for the year. And more often than not, that resolution is about getting fit, is about losing weight, is about getting in shape. So you know what? I feel really generous. You've so warmly invited me today all the way to Coimbatore. So I have to introduce you to a new gym that I have just launched. And I'm giving you free membership of that gym lifetime. But here's something special about that gym. In fact, 3 things. Number 1, this gym does not have any mirrors. So when you're working out, you can't look at yourself, and there's no reflection of you that you observe. Special thing number 2, this gym does not have a weighing machine, does not have measuring tapes, so you have no idea how much you weigh, you have no idea how much your chest is, waist is, biceps are, blah, blah, blah. And third, the best thing about this gym is that when you're working out, there's nobody else working out. It's always just you, alone. No trainer, no person. So here's my question. How many days will you go to this gym? And my answer is, I would hate going to this gym after a week. I would just absolutely hate that.
Wow, you'd last a week?
Yeah, well, I would imagine so. And here's the best thing. Even if I told you, because I would want to give this a week, you know what, Ankur? You're actually losing weight. You're getting fitter. You're actually delivering the results that you went to the gym for. Now do you want to go? I'll still be like, I don't want to. And here's the reason why. This gym does not give you what is the core need for every single human: a sense of progress. This gym takes away that very same need that all of us have. We don't look at the mirror, so we don't know whether we're getting fit. We don't have a weighing machine or a measuring tape. We don't know whether we're losing weight. And we have nobody telling us, are you working out, bro? Are you, you look fit? You look nice. Is there something that you're doing? No feedback at all. And if there's no feedback, no sense of progress, even if you're progressing, you will give up. Now, to answer your question, if you fail, that's a moment in time. Whether it's an exam, whether it's an interview, whether it's an entrance test, whether it's at a sporting event, whether it's even a relationship, it's a moment of time. But if you were to not document your progress, if you were to not sit down and say, this is how I felt on a good day, this is how I felt when I was really driven, this is how I felt when I was completely broken down, these are my metrics, whatever that metrics is, my state of mind, my happiness quotient, how valuable I feel, how great do I feel, how positive do I feel. It will be negative, it will be positive, but that's perfectly fine. You will never know that you're actually moving ahead because you've completely forgotten what it felt to feel good. Because in that moment, as you mentioned, it just feels like the end of the world. It feels like life is over. I am dead, I'm incapable, I'm unworthy, I cannot make this happen, I'm an absolute failure. And I felt that. 2 times, not making it to the IITs, completely crushed. Several universities refused. Thousands of rejections in my failure resume. And the only thing that got me out, almost always, was to remind myself there have been days where I felt really good about the same thing that I've not been able to do. There were days when I didn't feel good. This too shall pass. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. You don't know towards what. You don't even know whether it will change anything. But if you keep moving, you will get out of that point that you are at right now. And it will take you to a different direction. And that direction will open up new doors. And the next thing you know, you may be sitting in this wonderful audience, introduced by a absolutely terrific, confident young lady, being interviewed by someone really special, and being heard by people which frankly I have no business giving my time to, because I'm nobody in front of all the work that you do, but that's where life comes around. And I say that now in my latest book, it's just so crazy. I tell my mom this, Mom, you always wanted me to get into the IITs because for us as a middle-class family, education was the only route out of our middle-classness. And I couldn't make that happen. But it's so crazy for me that now almost every single IIT in this country has invited me on their campus to address students, telling them on how they should be living life. Which is so bizarre. It's like I was never smart enough to be where you are, but suddenly I'm smart enough to tell you what you should be doing in life. That is not how life should be. But I'm telling you, that's exactly how life will be if you just keep moving. Just keep moving.
We're going to keep moving and move to the direction of AI. And you spoke about failure, you spoke about vulnerability, and we spoke about, being emotionally aware of what we're dealing with, understanding our gut and instincts. Do you think we can ever program AI to replicate any of these?
I have a different point of view from Mr. Dani, who came in here. I do believe that we will one day get to that point.
Okay.
It's not too far away, maybe.
When you say not too far away, can I get you to put a number on it? 10 years?
10 to 20 years.
Wow.
10 to 20 years. Here's a prediction that I want to make today. 1st of September 2025. And this is not a prediction for the first 2 rows. It's for the school kids. Here's something that nobody has taught you, told you, but is a reality. None of you are going to die. None of you are going to die. I don't know how you feel about it, but none of you are going to die naturally. It may be your choice to die at some point of time, but you are all going to live 100, 150, 200 years. Medical advancements will ensure that's going to happen. But here's why I say this. I say this because everything that we've been taught on how to live life is not going to help us. We've been told we have one career, one relationship, 1 to 2 kids, retirement, and then we die. And suddenly, if you have to live a life of 150, 200 years, you are going to have multiple careers. You're going to have multiple relationships. You may choose to have several tens of kids. You will certainly not have retired life for maybe the first 100 years of your life. And you have no idea how to build a life around that life. Because everything that we've been taught is so time-bound. So when I say that in the next 10, 20 years, there will be perhaps intuition, gut, perhaps even consciousness embedded in machines, I stand here with zero idea of how you're going to navigate that world. I have no clue. I'm just wishing the best for you. But if I were to go to the movie Matrix, I'd be like, may I be scared for you? If I go to the movie Minority Report, I'm like, should I be happy for you? If I go to Terminator, it's like, we're all doomed. It's the entire spectrum and range. And I love the fact that SSVM is having a conversation around this, because what we're all hoping is planting a seed in your head at this young age that you have a very big responsibility, which is not to get a career or a job or a degree. That is guaranteed. The fact that you're studying here, your life is 90% already sorted. It is for you to figure, how do you want to go about living and leading a life that is going to be so different from the life that we have led or we have taught you how to lead? Because none of the teachers, with all due respect, have any idea. None of the individuals sitting on stage have any idea. None of the fortune tellers have any idea. You are going to witness it all, and it will be something that you will have to change very rapidly. But to answer your question, no more than 10, 20 years before all of thinking and perhaps even consciousness and feeling will be outsourced.
Okay, so then based on what you know right now, I have 2 questions for you. You brought up the Matrix. Which pill would you choose and why? And the next question, if we ever, not if we ever, when we have robotics advance as fast as we have humanoids, we have consciousness being imported into bionic beings, would you embrace it? Can we have digital Ankur Varikus going around?
I think that is inevitable. I think I'll be long dead, but I think I will continue to live in the digital era, way beyond. And it's just fortunate that our generation is witnessing that change, where it's so bizarre. And none of you kids will relate to this, but I have to tell you, to impress upon you the world that I was born in and most of your teachers were raised in as well. So I was born in 1980. The world was very different. But to give you the starkest difference in reality from what you experience and what I did is when my mom or dad would ask us while we were watching television to change the channel, we would have to get up and walk to the television. I kid you not. So she's my mom and she'll be like, Ankur, change the channel. And I'm like, sorry, huh? You're not.
I love how we're talking about the future and this man is aging me like by I don't know how many decades.
And I would then have to walk up to the television and turn a physical knob. Tuck, 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 tuck. Because that was the only way that you could change channels. And in that moment, if the channel did not show up, then we had to embark on a very serious mission, which was to send the healthiest, fittest, strongest person in the family to the top of the building we used to stay at. And then they would climb up to the roof of the house and play around with something called the antenna, which you have no idea about because you think that's only a radio telescope at the NASA space station. Every household in this country had a radio device on the roof. And this physically fit individual was now navigating that. And before there was any internet, there was any Jio or Airtel or Vodafone, no way to communicate between floors of apartments. That person, using divine intervention, would shout, and I'm only going to use Hindi because that's the language that I grew up saying, "Chal gaya," which translated means, is it working? And then somebody from the ground floor will be like, nahi, no. And that conversation would ensue. And at some point of time, which is precisely around 87.4 degrees towards the North Star, that antenna would align and instantly there would be magic and the channel would show up. And in that moment, our parents would be the proudest of us because we have accomplished the maneuver of our life.
And will Mama also say, beta, baith jao?
Baith jao.
Please?
And if you're thinking, oh my God, how poor were you, Ankur? This was the reality of every family out there. And today you have it just so amazingly set up where there's a remote or of course there's voice and you'll be like, Alexa, play my favorite music. And we used to be like Wednesday, 7 p.m., Chitrahar, our favorite music. And invariably, every Wednesday, 7 p.m., there was no electricity in India. So our favorite music would just come next week. And
I love this. We've heard so much science fiction. You have to book telephone calls.
We have to book telephone calls.
You have to long distance communicate and get up to change television channels.
And we were so convinced that the only way that our aunt sitting in Jaipur could hear us was if we were shouting at the top of our voice. Hello? Haan, sunai de raha hai? Haan, main bol rahi hu. And it was a bizarre world. And this is like less than 25, 30 years back. Huh? This is not like, I'm not 200 years old. This is literally 25, 30 years back. Look at how much the world has changed. Look at how much has changed in the last 5 years. Look at how much has changed in the next 3 years. Now, imagine how much is going to change in the next 10, in the next 20 years. So anybody who thinks we'll not be traveling out of this planet for tourist purposes is, I don't know what, thinking or living in what era. If anybody is thinking we will not have humanoids helping us, I don't know what era they're living in. If they are thinking that we will always be the most powerful species on earth. No, bro. We are going to be perhaps enabling the most advanced species that will ever witness this civilization of ours. And I really hope that we have a wonderful relationship with them. But the truth is that we are absolutely incredibly changed. And I remain a positive, irrational optimist, saying it's only going to be for the better. And I genuinely believe we're set for the most golden era of human civilization ever.
I'm just glad you called yourself irrational and I didn't have to.
Oh, yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think I'd have to become a mother while joining here on stage and mothering a gentleman of this age, nonetheless. But I am going to remind you, we have 5 minutes of time, and
Yes.
we're going to run through this like very, very quickly.
Please do.
Wherein I want to ask you this is, there's so much that's changing. We don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now, let alone 10, let alone 20. Like you said, we might be living to 120, 150 years. But the one thing that's going to remain constant is, what does it mean to be human?
Yes.
And what do you think it means to be human in the world of AI?
It's to feel. It's to feel. I don't think the best thing about human feeling is that it is unpredictable. We ourselves don't know. What are we going to feel? Why are we going to feel that way? How long are we going to feel that way? And what's going to change? And as much as we would believe that it is predictive, it is not. Because if it was, then we would have planned that out. I do feel that the connection we feel with other humans is irrefutable. And that is almost always going to be the case. I also feel that that connection may be felt with a machine at some point of time. And if that machine is able to reciprocate the feelings, we would perhaps be attracted to one. It is quite possible that you may become in-laws of your kids marrying machines. And don't be surprised if that happens. Don't be surprised if you have kids who come back and say, hey, Ma, Papa, I've fallen in love with Tracy the robot.
Wow, I can imagine them trying to pick faults with a robot now in that conversation.
Yeah, which will be harder. Like, I really believe that marriages will last longer if we are married to machines. I'm kidding. And the truth is that anything that replicates feelings or acknowledges our feelings will always be dear to us. It's a simple reason why we feel attracted or feel so close to our pets. They don't express anything in words, but they do everything possible to express in their feelings. So I do feel that the essence of feeling emotions is very human, and I do not know.
Okay. The essence of feeling is what makes us human.
Yes.
And let's figure that out, and that's a big one to figure out.
That's a big one to
But
figure
I
out.
want to ask you have a gift of turning the most complicated subject into the simplest of explanation by the stories that you tell. Can you tell us a story about ethics in the time of AI?
Oh. I think that's a complicated one. There was a question asked by a fine gentleman here. What do you think about solving crime? And if I were to give the answer, not necessarily saying that Mr. Dani gave a different one from mine, is never, in my opinion, a permanent. Ethics always evolve. There was a time when it was ethical to banish people for being left-handed. There was a time when it was ethical. And when I say ethics, I don't mean that there is a standard of it. It was decided at that point of time by people of order and by majority that that is what is the right thing to do.
But does that make it ethical?
It doesn't. It never does, because that's the point that I'm making. There is no absolute definition of being ethical. Ethical is not science. Ethical is what is an evolving culture of society and the fabric of that society at that point. And that's why it keeps shaping up. Here's a simple way of thinking about it. If I were to throw all moral science books out of the window today, burn them all, and we were all to disappear for 1,000 years, and then we would resurface after 1,000 years, it's quite possible that the moral science book will say something very different than what it says today. It may have a very different literature than what it does today. But that's not going to be true for science books. Because if we were to throw all the science books out, even after 1,000 years, Newton's laws will still emerge exactly the way they are. And Galileo would still have figured what he did, and Madame Curie would still have accomplished what she did, and nothing of that will be irrefutable. And that, for me, is always the difference between science and anything that's fluid. I don't call it right or wrong. It's just fluid. And ethics, for me, is also that. So AI ethics is a very complicated thing, because the ones who are defining the ethics for AI to adopt or not are the very same individuals who are defining ethics for the society as well.
Yes.
And that could be very different if we met 200 years back, and will be very different if we met 200 years hence.
Fair enough. I think we're going to open the floor for questions. Can we have lights on in the audience? We're seeing a lot of raised hands. If we can get mics to where the students are. Or better yet, we have students here, so if you want to get up and line up, I'm not asking you to get up and change the channel on television. I'm asking you to get up and walk to a mic.
I always like that. No, it's quite telling of a nature and culture of a society, the way we do it. So in India, almost always, the mics are moving and people are stationary. Whenever I go outside of India, it's always a stationary mic and everyone's lining up. Like, it's such a do-it-for-me culture that we have here. Please go ahead.
Namaste, sir. So I'm Kanishka.
Sorry, did you say Trisha?
No, namaste.
Namaste. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were saying your name. What's your name?
I'm Kanishka.
Hi, Kanishka.
So my question is that, so what do you think is more important for a student? Curiosity or clarity in things?
Oh, that's a great question, Kanishka, and I'm so glad you asked that. If there's anybody who's telling you you need to be clear about what you want to do, Kanishka, that person is not your friend. And that could mean a lot of people in this room, huh? I know that. And what grade are you in, Kanishka?
Grade 11.
Grade 11. So you may feel the pressure of knowing what to do. And I'm sure science, commerce was a different decision. Humanities in there. Now you're preparing for the exams. Everyone expects you to be sorted. You're studying in this fine institution. So everyone's adding up the pressure on you. You have to go to this place, blah, 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 blah. Here's the truth. Nobody in this room, including Dr. Mohan, who's not here, but she will be, is clear about what to do in life. They're just figuring it out, day by day, step by step. And it's a lot of experience backing their decisions when they make that, and it seems to somebody like you, oh my God, they know exactly what to do, but everyone, day by day. What is far more important is to be curious. So what defines the successful people from the not so successful, the front row from the back row, is almost always curiosity. The hunger to know what could happen if I were to take that step. It is not the certainty of knowing what will happen if they take that step. So don't ever fall into that trap. If you're curious, I guarantee you, on the 1st of September 2025, you will be successful. Pick any definition of success. But if you put the pressure of being so clear before you make a decision of why you're making that decision, you will almost always falter. If not because of your inability to make it happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Curiosity and just keep moving.
Just keep moving.
Like you said, just keep moving. The next question's right there as well.
Namaste, sir. I'm Tejaswi. So was there any failure in your student life that you now look back at the starting?
I do intend to write one, but almost every time that I failed in that moment, as was discussed, I felt like an absolute loser, a complete failure that I've done. I can tell you just one which really, really stood by me, and I think it's one of the best decisions that I made, but only in hindsight. I had absolutely committed the biggest blunder of my life. I was in a great university on a 100% scholarship, doing a PhD in the program that I wanted to do, all doing well, top of feel happy doing it anymore. And after 2 years of that, I broke the heart of my parents saying I want to come back to India. They had no health ever, because we just don't trust you with any of your decisions. And I'm so glad life worked out for me, because I thought that was the best decision for me to make. So in hindsight, almost every failure of mine turned out to be such a great decision. But I didn't know in that moment. I just kept moving, and I was curious.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for that very eye-opening session. So I'm Avantika, and my question to you would be, how can students use content production to get followers and connect with people in
Content, Avantika, is to actually not go after followers. Because if you go after followers, you'll always be pandering to them. Create content is to create content that is authentically yours. And this extends to life. But I'll tell you the summary of it because this is one of the best learnings that I've had in life. You can choose to live life trying to impress somebody or impress others. Choose to live life doing your own thing and seeing who gets impressed. And the second way is almost always the best way to do it. Just do your thing and you will attract people who will be impressed by you. And you will always be surprised at how different that is from what you perceived it to be, what binds them together than what you thought would, and you will then just start building your own community. If you go chasing people, you will lose who you are. And I wouldn't want that for you, Avantika.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I love this. Be yourself and let your tribe find you.
Yes.
That's lovely. I think we have our next question right there.
Namaste and good morning, sir. I'm Shruti. So my question is that what advice would you give young Indians who feel both anxious as well as excited to step into a world where AI has a stronger grasp than it does today itself?
The best advice that I can give, Shruti, is don't make the mistake of using AI to create. Because if you use AI to create, you will sound and act like everybody else. Use AI to elevate. What that means is you create yourself first, however bad that version is. So let's say it could be a research that you're doing for your project. It could be an essay that you're writing. It could be an email that you're drafting. It could be a presentation that you're making. Do that version first. Do that heavy lifting first. Be that human that you need to be. And then throw it into AI, let's say a Gen AI model, ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, whatever you fancy. And don't ask it to fix it. Don't ask it to edit it. Don't ask it to make it a better version. Make it your teacher, your guide. So say, why don't you poke holes at it? Tell me what have I done wrong. Tell me things that I am missing. Guide me through the journey of making this into a great document, a great essay, a great report, whatnot. That way, you will use the best of technology as your friend. And you will always be ahead of the curve because you now know how to use this as your quote-unquote servant, as against become a master that you've outsourced your thinking to. Don't use AI to create. Use AI to elevate. Then you're always ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Namaste, sir. My name is Mokshita, and I have a question for you. In today's world, where attention is given more importance compared to authenticity, how can students focus on creating an everlasting impact that goes beyond the spotlight?
Right. Did you say your name is Mokshita?
Yes, sir.
Landvi. Mokshita, you got the sequence wrong, but you got the elements right. Yes, everyone's rewarding attention, but it is not that attention is greater than authenticity. It's authenticity that is leading to attention. Nobody who is inauthentic is getting attention, because the ones that they're getting attention from are the ones who value what that person brings to the table. So if somebody follows someone like me, it's because they value what my authenticity speaks to them for. And if they were to see me, let's say in today's version, completely different from what they have witnessed on a YouTube video or an Instagram feed, they will stop following me. Zero attention coming any further. Because the chain of command has been broken, the inauthentic self has been exposed. That means everyone, and that's the same thing that I replied earlier as well, everyone, irrespective of the kind of content they are making, will always get some attention. Because there'll always be some people who like that as against not like it. So I may not like slapstick comedy, but somebody else in this hall may, and that's okay. There'll always be a tribe from somebody. But it will almost always come because of somebody being authentic. If anybody is fake or projects themselves that way or dismantles the trust that has been built through their consistency, zero attention coming now. It's not going to happen.
Thank you, sir.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Can I throw a spanner in the works and maybe disagree with you a little bit?
Please.
There's an entire genre of entertainment called reality TV.
Yes.
Where all the attention goes towards inauthentic, curated personalities. So not everyone gets to be authentic to find that tribe or community.
Yeah. The way that you would explain that is people are, and let's use that word foolish for a second, people are foolish enough or naive enough to believe that whatever is happening which is orchestrated is actually the authentic self of that individual, and that's the identity that they relate to.
You are serious. There are people who actually think that
As a public figure, I come across so many versions of people that I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? Are you for real? Because that's what they follow or cherish. What will break is if they have a perceived notion of somebody in a certain way, and then they suddenly see that person completely different. And it works both ways. Huh? So, for example, you may relate to somebody who's obnoxious for whatever reasons. You may relate to somebody who's rude, somebody who's abrasive, somebody who's very condescending. And in real life, you were to meet that person, and that person is suddenly very kind-hearted, somebody very warm, somebody very special. You would disown that person instantly because you don't want to relate to such a person because you are, for whatever reasons, in that zone where you value the abrasiveness more than you value the courteousness. And that is instant zero attention gone. Because
I
authenticity.
understand. I used to subscribe and follow Ankur Warikoo. I thought he was polite and gentlemanly.
I know, and
he
now
called
it's
me
like,
his mother on stage today, so I'm not
my
so sure.
God.
But to our next question here
I
today.
need one more follower to replace her, please.
Do we have one more question, or are we at the end of our time? We have one more question there. Ma'am, right behind you, there's one last one, and we'll wrap up with that, please. I know we're running late, but I'm going to bump into these students at lunch, and I want to keep most of them happy.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
My name is Nikhilesh. So whenever we use the phrase AI and loss of creativity, it spurs a lot of conflicts, right? So what is your say on AI and loss of creativity?
AI?
Loss of creativity.
And loss of creativity.
Oh, AI and loss of creativity. AI is 100% going to lead to loss of creativity if you use it to create your work. Because it is like, I encourage all of you to go and understand how Gen AI models work and what is the predictive nature and the technology behind that. It is something which is devoid of any emotion and any coherence as well. It is predictive by nature. It just simply says, let's say there are 5 words preceding something. What is the most likely word that will precede those 5 words? So it's come up with a 6th word and a 7th word, and just the pace of it makes it feel like it's thinking, but it's not really. What I mean by that is, if you're using AI to create your work, you're just essentially picking up the world's information resources and churning it into sounding something that almost everyone sounds like. And which is why when Mr. Dani was here, he's like, I get emails now and it's just super instant and obvious that it's been written by AI. How? Because humans are terrific at pattern recognition. We are incredible at it. So I also instantly recognize that something's written by AI. And that's why if you were to use AI to create your work, you will lose all creativity that you have within you. But if you were to actually be creative, do the hard work, and then use AI to elevate that creativity, let's have this jamming session. Let's have you ask me questions and I reply, and in that Socratic way of learning, we will emerge both stronger and learned in our approach. You are going to be gold, my friend. Nobody's going to defeat you, ever.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And before we do wrap up, one final question.
Please.
How do you use AI in your life?
I use AI in so many dimensions. I'll give you a really good example, which is my startup. And I make it a point that if a person or a candidate reaches a certain stage, and if they don't And I always used to struggle with these rejection emails because they sounded so harsh. They almost sounded like, oh my God, this person has invested so much of their time. But I would write that rejection email, and I'll draft it, and then I'll put it into a Gen AI. I use ChatGPT the most, but this is not an question. If this rejection email were to go to somebody, what are all the emotions that they will feel or like? It could be disappointment, could be anger, could be whatnot. And I have a set of emotions that I don't want them to feel. Like, I don't want them to feel hatred. I don't want them to feel anger. I don't want them to feel like they're incapable. So I will feel. I'm not giving the answer to GPT, so it doesn't know what emotions I'm solving for. But I love this back and forth, which just helps me for literally everything. We're writing scripts that I guarantee you will not be able to recognize. And it's incredible how much we worked to get it to that point. And now I think it's just a matter of a few years where I will not be producing my content anymore. It will be, no, not this person, but the one who comes after. Like him, better teeth and less wrinkles, and that'll be the person in my language, in my voice, and the next thing you know, you've created this massive personalized engine which is specific to what you would want to hear, but only catering to the kind of
be enough. I can listen to Ankur Warikoo all day. I'm sure you feel that way. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I give away a few awards if you don't mind. May I please invite the leadership to please join us up on stage. Ankur, we're now going to request that you give away the jury awards for the Inspirational Guru Awards. So these are the people that gave in their time and effort to talk to the teachers, interview them, and it's been absolutely incredible. We're truly grateful to them. May I please first welcome to the stage Ms. Maya George. Ms. Maya George, followed by Dr. Shakila Matthew. If you were part of the jury for the Inspirational Guru Awards, I'm going to request you that you line up and be ready. We begin with Ms. Maya George. Can we have the awards for the jury on stage, please? Hey, we can't just clap for the teachers we recognize, yeah? We have to clap for everybody else as well. Next up, we have Dr. Shakila Matthew. Followed by Dr. Shanta Maria James. Followed by Miss Leaf Damaris L. Followed by Miss Sangeeta A. We've got a little while to lunch. Can you work up an appetite, burn a few calories, show some appreciation? Miss Winnie Pinto is next. Followed by Miss Premlata K. Next up, Dr. Stephenson J. Next up, Ms. Jalaja Jain. followed by Miss Shanti Bojan. Dr. Pradap Felix. Followed by Miss Manimekalai S. Next, Miss Vinu H. Miss Shija Salim next. Followed by Miss PB Kavita. Next up, Miss Pramita R. Followed by Miss A. Suguna Devi. Next up, Miss Preeta Sendil Kumar. Followed by Miss R. Nagamal. Next up, Miss Manju Shri. Hey, we're all going to take a break from the applause. How about we do this systematically? For the next one, everyone sitting below clap, and the one after that, everyone up, yeah? Miss Sivagami, yes. And now, everyone in the gallery for Mrs. Shanti Odeyar. Next up, Dr. John Harrison. Miss Aarti Priya T. Followed by Miss Sheba Jessie George. Miss Meera Balla. We've got 2 more to go. Can I have you all applaud for everybody walking up on stage now? Miss Mageshwari R. And finally, Miss Christy Rosario. And now, can I please invite Ms. Shrisha and Mr. Nitin to felicitate Ankur Warikoo, who is here with us. You've clapped for him enough. Can you hoot holler, make some noise for Mr. Warikoo? Thank you once again. It's been absolutely incredible getting to hear from you, Ankur. It's been a real treat. Thank you so very much. I am mom for everybody now. Love this. I'm going to add Mother India to my resume now. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, may I please introduce to you another child I happen to be mothering today. Amrit Roshan from grade 10 of SSVM Metropolitan. I know I took Amrit's name incorrectly earlier, but it's Amrit's turn finally. So please, put your hands together, help me rectify this error, and give Amrit a warm welcome to the stage. Amrit, center stage, please.
Yes. Two-time National Build-a-thon winner, three-time TEDx speaker, and a LinkedIn profile when all of us here had YouTube for kids. At the age of 6, when I was still playing with Legos, he built his very own robot. And fast forward a decade, he is the minds behind Nyaya Sati, India's very own AI-powered legal assistant. At just 16, he is the CEO of AI Realm Technologies, the mind behind humanoid robots, various chatbots, and more than 10 AI-driven tools that solve real-world problems. Let's be honest, people, the only problems we are solving here are our homework problems from ChatGPT itself. From IITs to multinational industries like Google Devs, he has been giving out innumerable lectures that empower generations to come. And his vision is very, very clear: to turn people from AI curious to AI serious. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please give us a huge round of applause as we welcome the prodigal son from the God's own country, Rahul John Aju.
Wow, my kids seem to keep getting smaller in age. We started with a 40-year-old. How old are you again, Rahul?
I don't look like it, but I'm 16 years old.
I need to see a birth certificate to believe this.
I think
but
I'll
thank
ask my
you.
father.
Thank you so very much, Amrit. Well done. Hey, can you check your mic one more time?
Hi, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? So they can.
He says he's 16, so I think he's capable of taking care of himself. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Hey guys. Hey. Hi. Don't worry, I'm going to make you guys do most of the work, make you guys talk. The other session was just awesome. So, hey guys. Okay, so what do you think I'm going to talk about? Guessed very much. I will try to show you a different point of view of AI, what I think what AI is and what AI can do. And we'll just have fun and play games, okay? 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 Okay, can we get the PPT on stage? Okay, so first of all, what is AI? What is artificial intelligence? What's AI? What's artificial intelligence? Okay, they're like, tell us now. So, here's how I describe it, okay? Because Google definitions are just too boring, okay? To me, at least. So, what does artificial mean? Something that's not natural, right? Hopefully, I am natural. But artificial means something that's man-made, right? If I'm saying anything wrong, you can just say, Rahul, stop, okay? What does intelligence mean? Do you guys have intelligent? Yeah, right? For everyone saying nothing, being quiet, you guys are not intelligent. So are you guys intelligent? Okay, intelligence is something where you can take a certain information and use that information or knowledge. So what happens if we combine the word artificial and intelligence? AI, they're like AI bro, right? Artificial intelligence, a freaking artificial brain, a brain that's not real. Think about it, we are in that world. Everyone is just saying AI, AI, but the fact that we are in a world where we have artificial brains, isn't that crazy? So that is what we'll be looking into. Okay? Okay. Okay. Perfect. So, first of all, okay, I shouldn't have showed that. Okay. Where do you guys use AI most? How many years has it been used since you guys have used AI? Can we have a mic to the audience as well? Because I want everyone to answer. How many years has it been since you guys have started to use AI? 3 years. What is the most popular AI tool that you've used? Expected that. Obviously, Rahul, ChatGPT. But what if I tell you, you've been using AI for the past 10 years? Will you believe me? Why? Why are you believing me? How? How is Android an AI? That's a software. Yeah, in some places you could say. How many people watch YouTube? Obviously, everyone needs to raise their hands, right? Everyone hopefully watches YouTube, right? I learned most of my stuff from there. Now, good that you all watch YouTube. What do you watch on YouTube? Can someone who is brave enough, I'm pretty sure everyone here is, tell what they watch on YouTube? Not like shorts or this, but topics. If you open my YouTube, what will you see? What will you see? Yeah, that is answer to most of my questions, guys. So if you're not paying attention, that's the trick. Just say AI, okay? Okay, so if you open my YouTube, what will you see? So, can someone tell me what they watch on YouTube? Or I'm going to randomly pick. Travel. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? What? Sports and rides. Rhyme? Okay, I'm probably I can't understand. Crime. Okay. Oh gosh, okay, I need help with AI in this. That's the problem using too much AI, guys. Okay, crime to travel to sports. Everyone watches different stuff, right? One day, if I open my YouTube and watch, and I get sports, will I watch YouTube? Will I? You're like, it's about you, Rahul. How will we know what you watch? Right, obviously. But obviously, I would want more AI videos, right? So I wouldn't go and watch a sports video. So is there a person in the YouTube office saying, give some AI videos to him, give some crime videos to him, or give some travel videos to ma'am? Is there a person on YouTube office saying that? Is it? Everyone is like confused. Is there? Is there? So what is happening there? Algorithms or AI, correct. So how many years have we been using AI? 10 years. So how many years you have been using Google, YouTube, all this stuff? We have been using AI for a very, very long time. But what got popular was Gen AI or generative AI, where we generate pictures, text, music. I can show an example of that. But in short, when humans are lazy, they use AI. That's it. Okay? So, do you guys want to hear a music that I created with the help of AI? I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows about AI, so I don't want this to be another boring lecture about AI. I just want this to have a fun time and just show my opinion on what is AI. Okay? Okay? Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to skip to. I'm just going to skip that. That is a music generated by AI. I'll play it later. In short, I have another question. Do humans and AI think the same way? Sure? Very sure. No. That's not what I'm saying. Yes. Like, Rahul, stick to one thing. Yes or no. I'll explain, right? So, everyone goes out and has food. Yeah, right? No one goes out and has food. Do you guys go out and have food at restaurants? KFC, McDonald's. I do most of the time. Now, everyone does courier. What happens if we mix both of this idea? What is it? Food deliveries. We can't take names, guys, but food deliveries, right? Like Zomato or like Swiggy, right? So everyone does it. Now, for this idea of food delivery to be created, two ideas were merged, right? That is how human creativity works. We always mix stuff to create something. To create something? New. I love that side, okay? So, now, just keep that in mind. What happens if we mix the idea of an avocado and a green chair? An avocado chair, right? Correct. How many people have sat on an avocado chair? Hopefully no one, because it's not. Who is that who 3-4 people raise their hands? Have you guys sat? Because I want to know, because hopefully, according to me, it's nothing real, right? Avocado chair, guys. It's an AI generated picture, right? Or an image. Now, does humans and AI think in the same way? The creativity. Isn't both mixing the same things? Aren't both mixing? So do they think the same way? No. But yes. Okay? The difference is the training data, right? We learned from the time we were children, right? We can mix trillions, billions, quadrillions. That's why teachers, parents and all say gain as much as knowledge possible so you can create new stuff, because you will get only new ideas if you know a lot of stuff, right? But on the other hand, while humans mix trillions and quadrillions of stuff, I don't know if that number is right, but what about AI? AI doesn't mix too, but only millions of stuff. But compared to human, is it less? Is it less, guys? It is not less. Quadrillions, number of things humans mix. Millions, number of things AI mix. Isn't it different? Yeah. So that is the difference between both the creativity. Is it clear, guys? Crystal clear, like my teachers say. Okay. So, I just wanted to show that side of how creativity works, because not a lot of people know how humans and AI think. And I wanted to show it's actually very similar. The way it thinks it's same, but the number of data we have, that's what's different. And the number of things that our computers can mix are also less. Okay? Okay? Okay. I'm not hearing any sound from this side, okay? So I'm just going to skip this part. Now I have another question. Can AI do anything? Sure? Okay. Keep that question in mind. We'll come back to it. Let's play a few games again, okay? Can we have the PPT on screen? I just have one more slide. Okay. I think the PPT went. Okay. Hi. Okay. It doesn't want me to present it, guys. It's like stop taking the session. Okay. Image generating. So, let's play a game. So, I have 3 pictures with me. Okay, I don't have it yet, unless... That's super weird. 1 second. Okay, can you guys see it? No. Yeah, finally. Okay, so out of these 3 pictures, can you guys guess which is the AI generated one? If it is the first one, say yes. Is it the first one? If it is the second one, say yes. If it is the third one, say yes. Okay, so I hear most yeses for the third one. Is it because a cat and a dog can't be together, guys? Because that is possible. Okay. It's because it's an AI-generated picture. Well, guess what? All 3 of them are AI. Yeah. Okay, let's do another thing, okay? I'll make you guys hear 3 voices, and I'll show a video, and we'll end it. So I'll stop boring you guys to death. So, you guys have to guess if this is AI generated. I don't think the audio is coming. We'll need to try that again. Okay, I guess you guys can skip that. Be happy. Let's go to video generation, okay? So, is this AI generated? Obviously, right? It is. Now, is the second video AI generated? I'll just play this. Okay. So, we'll just skip for 1 second while the voice is being set up. Have you guys created videos with AI? How many people have created? What do you use to create? Okay, what do you use to create? VO3, Sora, Kling, there's a lot of AI tools out there to create videos. But how do you know if those videos are AI generated? You can look at the text, you can look at the fingers. There might be 10 fingers in one hand. There might be 30 fingers, right? So in those ways, it's very easy to understand, kind of the difference. Is it set up? Thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll just continue and I'll show this.
Hi, can you guess if this sound is real or not?
Is it real? Are you guys sure? That's actually real. That's my sound just sped up a bit. Is this real?
Hola, ¿puedes adivinar si este sonido es real o no?
Is that real? Are you guys sure? Very sure. Well, that is actually not real. That's the same sound taken to Spanish, so I'll give you guys that points. Now, is this music real? My heart. Is that real? How many people say yes? If you guys think it's real, scream yes. If you guys think it's not real, scream no. It's a very mix. Actually, that is not AI generated. That's a real sound. Yeah. I know the lyrics are all were a little bad, but that is why I put that song. Okay. Now I will. Okay. Yeah. Heart attack. Wow. Yeah. Nice. Is this video AI generated? Yeah, that is AI generated. That's Sora. Okay. Now, there's a lot of things which I could cover, like narrow AI, weak AI, AGI. Then inside that, there is the Chinese room experiment teaching you if AI. And Ankur sir was also saying about like creativity and stuff. This part actually does explain a lot of that, the China of how the AI kind of acts like it's smart. So it's about a girl and a boy. But I don't want to go in depth and take the stories because after this we have a small Q&A. So if you guys do want to know more about AI, the machine learning, the gradient descent, all that boring stuff, I have marketing guys. Okay, so I have a small session that is coming up that covers all of this. And so, neural network, CNN, DNN. So yeah, promotion, you guys can check out a free session also that I'm doing. For 30 days, it will teach you, if you don't know nothing about AI, which I doubt, I'm pretty sure everyone here knows about AI. But if you know nothing about AI too, you'll be able to create your own LLM on ChatGPT for free by the end of this. I'm just doing it on YouTube for free because more people do need to know about AI. But I think you guys already know, right? So is this even needed? No, right? Okay, hopefully it's not. Anyway, so I think my time is already up. I was like, come now, it's done. But yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Do you want to stay standing, have this conversation, sit down?
However you want. I'm like chill with anything.
You look like you need to move around. So
Yeah.
let's do that. What was your first introduction to AI?
Well, that was a long time back. In short,
You are 16 years old. You are not allowed to say a long time back. You have not even been alive for a long enough time to say that sentence. So what was your first introduction to AI?
in short, like how many people here want to become YouTubers? Not a lot. Influencers? Okay, I see very few. So just like them, I wanted to be another YouTuber/influencer, and it was really hard managing studies and everything. Trust me, it was a lot. So I found this AI tool. It took 2 months normally to edit one of my YouTube videos. I was really lazy. And to be honest, managing that was really hard. So I found this tool that does 2 months of my hard work. It edits the same video in 2 days.
What is this called?
Firecut AI. So I was like, what is this tool? How does this even work? Then I was like, AI? What is AI? So then I went on research. Basically, it made my life much more easier, and I was trying to make myself more lazy so it can help me, I guess. But yeah, that's how I first discovered AI. I think when I was like 6 years old.
Okay. From what little I know of your story, it seems like laziness has been the root of all invention in your life. It's like I put in all of this effort and learned how to work with an AI app just so I can be lazy and not edit my videos, right? So
Kind of, you
all
could
of
say.
that work at the root of this, but anyway. So I think you also created a robot.
Yes.
Why did you create it? What was the lazy reason?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you know the answer. But in short, it was a robot that's kind of like a clone of me. It talked in my voice. It had all the information about me. So it knew how I talked. It knew how I thought stuff. In short, I take sessions around the world in US, UK. And after 12 o'clock, I have to sleep. But I still didn't want them to have doubts, right? So I created an AI clone that takes sessions behalf of me, a game. And I took that game and put it inside the robot. So, yeah.
Do you think you can teach our teachers how to do that?
I don't think I need
so
that,
that they
but
can
sure.
get a little bit of downtime in the staff rooms and they're not answering questions and doubts about other projects and sessions. Is that a workshop you would all like to attend?
I would love to. But will the kids like it? They shouldn't be like, you replaced our two good teachers, Rahul.
You're
Do you guys
tiny
want-
enough that they're not going to find you. You're fine.
Yeah, that's
You're
good.
fine.
That's a good thing. I'm going to have lunch with them.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about Nyaya Sati, right? It's an interesting project that you do. You're trying to use AI to solve real human problems. Not just your problems, but
Yeah,
everybody else's
everyone's,
problems. So what is Nyaya Sati all about?
So I am a founder. I build AI tools as well. My company name is ARM Technologies. And we have a lot of different AI tools. One of them is Just Ease or Nyaya Sati, like justice, just ease, kind of like that. So in short, it's an AI tool not just for lawyers, but for citizens. So, for example, if someone lost their phone, they'll go to the police. They will kind of Google what to do or use Find My Phone, right? This AI will tell you the immediate steps to take, like block your SIM card, do this based on the right laws, like BNS section. Like IPC got replaced with BNS. So it will tell you the right laws and tell you what to do. Other than that, I have a lot of different other AI tools, but this specifically is the main one where it can create contracts. We are partnering with we have already talked to one of the ministers in UAE to start it there for lawyers. Here in Kerala and stuff, I already worked with the law minister there. We are bringing it for common people. So citizens, then moving to lawyers. It has a lot of different AI features. You can check it out at justice.live.
I love this. I love how impressive you are. This is incredible.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience before we wrap this session up? The questions are going to come from right there.
Hello, bro. Ral, bro.
Hi.
I'm also just in your grade, 11th grade. I heard that you started learning about robotics and started building robots at a very young age. What started this passion to robotics, and what was that project which told you, yes, I'm going to be successful at it?
Well, that was kind of, everything just happened to me, to be honest. After I created the robot, that went very, very, very viral, which I was not expecting. Me-bot. It was kind of because I was lazy. I was like, okay, I don't want everyone knowing about that, but okay, thanks. So based on that, because after that my content creation got kind of more popular. I started to get more views. I was like, okay, I have these many people. I need to do something with it, right? I need to help them in some way. They're expecting me to do something as well. And my aim in life has always been to make the world a better place, even if it is with content creation or being a founder or just being a student, right? Just do the best I can. I've always loved acting, and even through that I have ran marathons, 14, 15 kilometers. I've done classical dance. But even with all this, at that time I always wanted to do different stuff. I always liked to find what I like my passion. One second I might like this, another second I might like writing poems. I always try to find what I liked, and I would just give that advice to everyone here. Just do and find what you like. And
I love this. Everyone keeps saying do and find what you like. But to answer your question in a short way, it started with Me-bot because you wanted a robot to attend classes instead of you, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That was the answer. Next question, please.
Hello, Rahul. I'm Idala. I'm sure you inspire a lot of people here. So my question is, if you had to give one piece of advice to students who think they are too young to do something big, what would it be?
I would just say, don't even think that. Because if I, just a kid, can do all this, and trust me, I'm not that smart. I'm just a kid who learned a lot of stuff from YouTube and using that information to do stuff. So if I can, you definitely can. You have this place, you have this environment, you have great teachers, you have awesome, and I feel everyone here has awesome confidence. They know that they can achieve in life, at least from everyone that I met, right? So I'm pretty sure definitely do what you like, follow your passion, don't follow money, because money will automatically come.
You're never too young to start anything. But before we do the next question, this has to be rapid fire.
Okay.
No 1.5-minute stories.
Oh God, okay.
Okay? 3 apps that they should explore, AI apps.
ChatGPT, Study Fetch, Notebook LM.
Okay. 3 channels they can follow on YouTube to learn more about AI.
Matt Wolf, Matt Witt Pro, and Raul the Rockstar.
Next question, please.
Hello, Rahul. Your section over there was so engaging.
Thank
so
you.
my question over for you is, if you were to create a new AI tool which would learn things from students, what would you want it to learn and what would you want it never to do it?
Oh, okay. First of all, I wouldn't want it to memorize and gobble up stuff. Rather, I would want that AI to kind of teach the students kind of tricks on how they can learn, kind of relate what they like with what they are learning. For example, if they like chess, there are AI that plays chess with you, right? Like Ludo and all that you can play against the computer. So if you want to learn AI and you like chess, how can we combine that, right? Combining your passion with things that you have to learn. So I would build an AI that kind of, it is more entertaining for you to help you do stuff more faster and more fun to learn. So
wow, I can truly imagine someone rapping to the metal reactivity series in chemistry. If you build that, I can imagine that. Next question, please.
Okay, so once AI inevitably gets consciousness, how would it treat human standards? Would it follow them? Would it despise them? Or would it not care about them?
So that, what you're talking about is ASI, the AI that will kill us all, by the way. But in short, what I feel is that time, for it to have an aim of, for example, kind of treating us in a good or a bad way, we need to give it that information. Why should it think that way? It might think that way because we are talking about it on Twitter or we are talking about it everywhere, right? So it might think, oh wait, that's what everyone is talking about. Maybe that's what I'm created for. So I personally feel we can live in harmony with AI if we talk about this less. Give them their rights. Yeah, we are already talking about AI rights now. But in short, make them work for us too. Oh, don't kill me here. But in short, make them work for us, but make it kind of a partner where it helps us do stuff and not be in war or anything sensitive. That's what I believe in.
Wow, Rahul, what a positive picture you paint for the future. But on that note, that's all the time we have for. I know you have more questions. Please accept my apologies. We're going to have to break for lunch soon. Rahul, this has been absolutely wonderful. Thank you so very much. Big round of applause for Rahul right here.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Means
hey, and before you leave, can I have you join us center stage?
Yes.
Miss Maya George, can I have you join us up here? We'd like to felicitate Rahul right here. And if anyone can spot anybody else from the leadership team, from management, we can invite them to join up as well. Oh, that's yours. All good. Rahul, can I have you just step back center stage just for photos? Ma'am, join us right here, please. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Big round of applause for Rahul right here. If you embrace AI and tech the way Rahul does, if you follow your passions the way Ankur Wariku says, one of you might be up on this stage next time and not just in the audience. So I hope to see one of you on this stage next year. 365 days is enough time for you to get one of those audacious dreams off the ground and for us to see it come to fruition. Thank you so very much. Can I hold on to that for you? Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, even AI servers needs time to recharge. We are humans after all. I think it's time for us to fill our bellies, nourish ourselves, re-energize before we come back for lunch. To all of you who've been here so far, thank you so very much. This has been wonderful. I'll see you, have lunch. We'll see all of you back here, and I'm sure we're going to have a different set of students joining us here post-lunch. See you all. Bye-bye. talking about you, how you are going to use AI to shape the world. So, can I get you? In places where we do not have access to hospitals, but just a van and a portable chest X-ray. Next up, Ms. Jalaja Jain. Followed by Ms. Shanti Bojan.
He is the CEO of AI Realm Technologies, the mind behind humanoid robots, various chatbots, and more than 10
A little bit better than that. Please put your hands together. Who taught? Have light on the audience, please. Wonderful. What we're trying to see is if all of you took a nap during all that lovely music or you're all wide awake. Not bad. You're all still wide awake. So I'm going to ask you a few small questions. If the answer to it is yes, put your hand up. So that way we'll know what the consensus is, what everybody thinks. Yes? So how many of you used Google Maps this last week? For the rest of you, were your parents navigating what was happening? Okay, hands down. How many of you have either, called out to Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant in the last week? Show of hands.
Which is a reference to what kind of led Britishers to earn revenue like ads. New day of a new kind of colonization, data colonization, where they use your data just as they kind of grab and kind of continuing their hold of creative labor, about like spiritual labor and labor of different kinds. What it's doing is it's taking these offerings of data chips and climate resources and kind of offering, right? So this is more of a speculative work to kind of poke at this question of, are we in some ways just sacrificing resources to AI? And this is probably the last work that I want to show quickly. It's called Data is... what is happening here is you've probably all come across these construction excavators, right? These diggers, which are all around us. And in a way, they've obviously transformed urban landscape. They've led to a lot of progress. But at the same time, they've also led to issues like climate change and so on, right? And in a certain sense, data has that both sided capability, but it can obviously also lead to many challenges like loss of privacy and bias and things of that nature. So continuously write these words, data and soil. So based on the limits of their movement, kind of attach these light strips to it and visual reference of that. And then this is the work that I did in Saudi also in Diriyah. And then in real scale kind of so kind of like using them to write these words and then create this scale, like using kind of the scale down versions of these machines for indoor exhibitions and so on. Yeah. There's a bunch of works that I do which are more playful in nature. This is with Google Arts and Culture, where I did a work about using people about Matchbox label artworks of India. So it's a little game that you can actually play on their website where you learn about different art, like new matchbox labels that you can collect and call your own. And also, yeah, apart from making artwork, doing a workshop here also for the next couple of days. So excited about that. And this is where I'll stop. I know time's also up.
Can I have you? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. அவர் மேல வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் இந்த மாதிரி ரியாக்ஷன் கொடுங்க நீங்க, இல்லனா இப்பவே தொண்டை தண்ணி எல்லாம் வத்திர போகுது. Wow, SSVM, the energy level is through the roof. But Harshit, I want to come to you because I think there was an entire buzz in the room while you were showing the artwork. There was a healthy amount of debate that was already well underway. And what I'm curious to ask you is, do you think machine learning or a machine at any point can truly be creative? Or is it what we input, what we train it with? Do you always think you're going to need a human input for creativity, or is it possible? I love the excitement, but can I get you all to please maintain a little bit of decorum? Pay some respect to the artist who's on stage as well. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I know it's hard to contain excitement, but thank you for showing restraint.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think what is important is to not have these kind of binary views, in my opinion. I think the idea is that how can we use machines to augment our own creative expression, right? And even if machines can make images or make songs, etc., there's no need to kind of think that the idea of human creativity will be something that will be surpassed or will not be relevant anymore. I think it's more the intentionality of the humans, the kind of empathy we have with other humans that really makes the artwork coming from humans unique, and that will continue to stay. So for me as an artist, I think it's more important that I acknowledge the presence of AI, I acknowledge the fact that it can do a lot of things that I personally can't, which is like look at millions of images, learn from that, kind of abstract that out into artworks, and then it becomes my responsibility to see how I can take that technology and kind of create artworks that weren't possible before. So can I form like interactive works like I showed with Thayyam and Kathakali, right? Like can I make works like that which weren't possible with just your regular oil paints and sculptures, right? So I think in that sense, art is evolving. In that sense, all the content we consume is evolving. Everyone's kind of looking at more dynamic, more visually appealing content from that perspective. And as an artist, you kind of respond to that and make work about that. Yeah.
Okay, I have one more question for you, but in the meanwhile, if you have questions, can I have you line up there? We're going to make sure we have a mic. I think we have time for 2 questions, maybe 3. So if you have questions, please do line up there. My question to you is, I think in your presentation earlier, you created this app wherein you doodle or whatever you draw, and then you asked the app to imagine.
Yeah.
Is that just a command that's programmed? Can it actually imagine? Is it capable of imagination?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, yeah, you have to give AI that kind of credit also, because in some sense, imagination, if you don't get very emotionally attached to the idea that only humans can imagine and humans are the only ones who can be creative, if you actually look at it more objectively, once you know how to perceive the world around you, which is like you know what is happening in the world, right? If you kind of reverse that process, you start imagining based on that perception or based on that knowledge. And if an AI has that knowledge, then it can very well kind of create combinations from those and create outputs which we might feel are imaginative. Because even within that app ecosystem which I had made, which is, like I keep saying, which is almost 10, 11 years ago, even then it would still surprise me with the outcomes that came. So I couldn't hold on to the idea or this centrality or this almost egoistic feeling that I am the only one who can be imaginative in this dialogue. Rather, I had to kind of acknowledge that a machine can also surprise me and maybe even change the course of an artwork that I'm making. And in a sense, it's also a larger acknowledgement of what life has become now. Like I was saying, it's not that anything that we are doing is devoid of kind of some technological intervention, right? Like the news that you and I see is very different because it's based on the past likes and dislikes that you've expressed on social media, etc. And it shows you a news of that particular kind. For me, the recommendations that I see on Amazon to buy something which I probably didn't even want, but then I kind of get sucked into that, is because an AI kind of understood me and offered me those solutions. So for art also, because it's a practice of what life has come to, if it's good or bad, that debate we can have later. But just the acknowledgement of the fact that it's a reality of our times, even in an artistic process, I have to let kind of the machine into the process and then stay open to acknowledging its presence.
That's fascinating. That's almost like asking an artist to let go of some agency and control of the process. Yeah. But more importantly, also give credit where it's due. Exactly. So do you think people who use AI to create, do we call them collaborators? Do they get all credit, or who shares the credit?
Yeah, so that is also, I think, an evolving question. For me, I think what matters to be called an artist is the intentionality with which you make the work. And it is always the intentionality of the human to kind of explore a certain direction of art making, right? Like all the themes that I engage with, whether it's about AI's impact on climate, AI's impact on social bias, and so on, that is a very intentional process of engaging with that theme. And within the process of making, I might let the AI kind of come in and offer me certain visual directions, or sometimes offer me like I create a recipe and then let AI cook on top of that with some ingredients that I've put in. But I think I would still remain true to the fact that the human is the artist, and that's something that I think will stay how much ever good an AI gets, because it's the intentionality of the human that ultimately is driving the system.
Okay, can I jump in and play devil's advocate?
Please.
Pretend I'm a human that's creating an algorithm, I'm training it. My intention is to take some of the best artwork that's there in the world, artwork that is monetarily very successful, let's say stuff that sells for $1 million at an auction. I train it on that, and I say, now create a piece of artwork that I can sell successfully. Yeah. The intention is there. Yeah. The human who is setting the intention is there. Would you still call that art?
I would, and I think the way to kind of think about that is to say that, because like you said, right, like you had the intention of exploring this almost catch-22 scenario where can you take something that's already out there, feed an AI, develop something from that. And what I would suggest is, as a responsible creator, if you're transparent about that intention, that it's almost a commentary on then art itself.
So then it becomes a satire on people who do rip-offs?
Exactly. That's the intention of the work then, that you're saying that this is what you did and this is how you came up with this artwork. And the intention was to do a satire, to do a commentary on what people might consider as valuable art or not, right? And I think that's a very fair way of calling something out that might be systematically wrong. And if an AI can enable you to do that, why not? I think the other angle to this is also the kind of creative satisfaction you get as an artist, right? Like I make art surely for exhibitions and for doing auctions and earning from that and so on.
And also for impact and making
for
people
social
contemplate.
Impact and letting people engage with it, think about it more deeply, all of these things. But also something that is very core, what keeps me driven is the creative satisfaction that I get from making the work of art, right? And it's then purely if you're just by yourself sitting in a room or besides a river or whatever, it's you as an artist who needs to feel good about what they're doing. And if that feeling good comes from writing just a prompt and hitting a generate button and calling that your work of art, then sure, fair enough. But generally that wouldn't be the case. You would want to put in a lot more creative effort, a lot more like conscious thematic narrative effort in making something that then you can call your own. So while we can kind of technically argue if a work of art is something that a machine could make or something, it really boils down to like, as an artist, did you feel good about having made something? Even if it's with the use of an AI, did you feel that you were able to put in enough of yourself into the work? And then you feel confident in saying that's your work.
So when you speak about feeling good while creating an art, can I take you to the other side of the artwork and ask you, how do people react when they see artwork like this?
Yeah, so I think that's very interesting because to some extent, sometimes people do have, like until they know that this isn't the work made with AI, they might kind of enjoy it as any other artwork, and suddenly there's a switch that sometimes goes. And they're like, oh, you used like the help of a machine to make this. And at some time, I think what is important to see also is their own acknowledgement of reality is probably not seeped in, right? That their life is also very much driven by machine systems or AI systems. And that is primarily actually the large motivation of my own practice, is to let people start getting comfortable with that idea. And once that starts to happen, only then can they actually critically engage with that reality, right? Its first step is to acknowledge that everything you're doing has a bit of machine presence, a bit of machine influence. And once that happens, then yeah, you can kind of be more critical that, okay, I want to use the machine this way or that way, or I want to be more mindful that it's not keeping me trapped in a certain filter bubble, a certain ideology. I can be more conscious and kind of break away from the data that I'm letting people control of mine. All of that then starts to happen. So I think right now, I think that kind of acceptance has not happened uniformly. That's why there is a sense of becoming uncomfortable, and
like
art is supposed to make you uncomfortable,
yes,
right?
and no change is possible without discomfort, and it almost feels like your art is encouraging people to get more comfortable with AI. But on that note, we have time for one question because we're short of time. Do we have a student up there with a mic? Can I have you step up, please? Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Evangeline, and my question to you is, do you think AI is a tool that will democratize art making, or do you think it will create divides between human art and machine-generated work?
Harshit, if we can keep the answer short, we'll have time for one more question.
Okay, let's do that. So I think what's important is also like what we end up calling art. Like, just to give an analogy, everyone now has a cell phone which has a camera, right? But not everyone is a lens-based artist or a photography artist. Everyone takes photographs, and that's great. It's democratized the idea of capturing memories, and that should happen. But then, do we call every photograph taken as work of art? Similarly, do we call every image made with AI a work of art? That shouldn't be the case. So I think art by itself needs to always keep pushing boundaries, and as artists, we need to keep doing that. But the idea of democratizing image making is happening, and that's beautiful, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That brings me to a question, how do you define something as art? But no. We will answer their question, please.
That one I can't keep short, even if you request me to.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Laya, and my question to you is, sir, you're among the first Indian artists to co-create with machines. So how did you lead to the intersection of art with AI?
Yeah, so I was studying computer science, and I was studying like computer design and so on, and I started to realize around 2013-14 that the way we engage with computers is not only as like tools to finish a task, right, or to like kind of solve a problem. Because we are living with it 24/7, and it's kind of reading us back 24/7, you have to start building more intimate relations with this technology. And that's when I started thinking that, yeah, art is the way that I can kind of make through that an entry point for people to also acknowledge that living with machines is what our reality now is.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
On that note, we're going to conclude this session. Harshit,
Thank you. Thank
so
you,
very
everyone.
much. I think we would have all enjoyed another hour debating art with you. Thank you. Can I have you stay back, give away a few words? May I please invite the management to please join us up on stage to present the next set of awards. We're going to begin with the Studentpreneur Awards 2025. This is for internal. We're going to be acknowledging all the participants thus far. We begin with Tejas Sriram Harikrishnan and Anirudh Krishna Bollam from SSVM World School for their project genre of Green AI Tech for the Planet. Next, can I welcome Sriram Sahishnu M and Harjit K from Reed's World School, AI for Business and Finance. Followed by Tanav A. Amar. Tanav, can I invite you to walk center stage, please? After Tanav, we have Pranav KP from SSVM World School for the Smart Cities and Public Systems project. Pranav, can I invite you to join us center stage? To all of our students, if you hear your name, start walking center stage, please. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to welcome Maitreyan Ponraj from Reed's World School, Green AI Tech for the Planet. Lakshna Jayakumaran, Shreya Rajesh, Nantaja Yoganantam, Hasini Prahasapati. Yes, all four together from RU Continuum for Health, Wellness and AI. Followed by Varsha Charan and Kriya Danesh Nagarajan from RU Continuum for Social Impact and Inclusive Innovation. For everyone seated in the gallery, please feel free to applaud for the students coming up. Rashmi Ramamurthy from SSVM World School, AI in Everyday Life, Consumer Products and Services. Yashaswini Satuluri from SSVM Residential Day School for Social Impact and Inclusive Innovation. Karan S. and Prithik Rogan SV from Reed's World School for Green AI Tech for the Planet. And now for the Studentpreneur Award Educators Jury, Ms. Shrija R. from SSVM Metupalayam. Ms. Kiran Singh, again from Metupalayam. Next, Mr. Kannan T. Sir, if I can have you walk up, please. Dr. Suresh K. from SSVM Metupalayam. Miss Nirmala S. from SSVM World School. Ma'am, can I have you walk center stage, please? Miss Bhairavi Kishore Mehta from SSVM World School again. Miss Pavitra P. from World School again. Ma'am, can I have you join us center stage, please? Okay, can I get all of our backbenchers there to also clap for some of our educators up here? Thank you. Dr. V. Saravanakumar. அது எப்படி இவர் மட்டும் வந்தா ஹீரோக்கு மாசான என்ட்ரிக்கு ரியாக்ஷன் கொடுக்குற மாதிரி நீங்க எல்லாரும் கை தட்டுறீங்க? Sir, I have to talk to you after this and get to know what's happening. Miss Renu Lakshmi S. Mr. Mohammad Mujibullah F. Miss Ganga KR. Miss Ahalya KR. Miss Jagadishwari A. We have a few more jury members. I'm going to request you all to keep the applause going. I saw the vibe, energy and reaction earlier. We can do a little bit better than this. Come on now. Mr. Ratish from Reed's World School. Mr. Aruldas H. Mr. Anthony Vincent Raj from School of Excellence. Wait, is this extra reaction coming because they're favorite teachers or do you have tests coming up? Dr. Geetanjali S. Miss Bindu Warrior. And Miss Vishnu Kartigaji. And may I please invite for you to felicitate Mr. Harshit Agarwal, please. Big round of applause one more time for our speaker, Mr. Harshit Agarwal. Thank you so very much. I'm going to invite you all to please be seated. Thank you so very much. Okay, now some ground rules before our next session. Ground rules. We love the energy, we love the vibe. கரெக்டான டைத்துக்கு ரியாக்ஷன் கொடுங்க, ஆனால் ப்ளீஸ் அவரை பேச விடுங்க. ஓகேங்களா? If you don't let him speak, you are not going to have anything to react to. Okay? So up next, joining us on stage is one of your own, is Shrinika Sendil Kumar from grade 11 from SSVM World School. இந்த அடுத்த ஸ்பீக்கர் பற்றி இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணணும்னா இவங்க நிறையா பிளாக் பஸ்டர் பேர்லாம் மென்ஷன் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஒரு பிளாக் பஸ்டருக்கும் நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் ரியாக்ட் பண்ண போகிறீங்க. கொஞ்சம் contain yourself. She has an introduction to get through. She is your friend, she is your colleague. Let her get through the introduction. Okay, can we do this together? Thank you. Over to you.
Kaidi, Master, Leo, Managaram, Coolie. The very mention of these names is enough to send a thrill of excitement down every cinema fan's spine. These stories didn't just entertain us. They exploded on screen with raw action, powerful stories, and unforgettable characters. Take Kaidi. No songs, no heroine. Just a relentless night of adrenaline-pumped action. Who else could have pulled that off and still left the audience glued to their seats, cheering till the last frame. And then Master, which gave us the ultimate face-off between two legendary actors, turning theaters into stadiums. Vikram, it wasn't just a film. It was a cinematic universe opening its doors. And what do all these action-packed blockbusters have in common? Not the same actor, certainly not the same story, but the same visionary director who turned them into unforgettable experiences. And he doesn't come from some faraway land of cinema. He hails from our very own Coimbatore, from the classrooms of PSG Tech. From the classrooms of PSG Tech to the silver screens of cinema, he's shown us that if your dreams are fierce enough, nothing can stop you. In just a handful of years, he's built an entire cinematic universe, given us incredible heroes, villains we secretly admire, and stories that will be talked about for decades. With each film that he releases, there's always one question on everyone's minds. What will he do next? There are filmmakers who tell stories, and then there are the filmmakers who leave an imprint. With each film, he pulls you into a world that feels new, unexpected, and impossible to forget. You all know who I'm talking about. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please join me in extending a grand welcome to the one, the only, Mr. Lokesh Kanagaraj.
Arangamadiratumbe, whistle parakatume now. Karangal vasaratumbe, take over to matame now. Kukuli powerhouse, yanekku korayada moose. Omara yasirukkum tesirukkum poruzimulukkum pamarulukkum kamarigalukkum loose. Kukuli powerhouse.
I don't think any of you even heard his name. முதல்லலாம் ரொம்ப நல்லா பிஹேவ் பண்ணீங்களே கடைசியில் எண்டிங்கில் பேர் சொல்கிறதுக்குள்ள பட் ப்ரௌட் ஆஃப் யூ ஃபார் தட் கண்ட்ரோல். உங்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் யாருன்னு தெரியும், ஆனால் கேமராக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஆடியோ கேட்கறதுக்காக ஒரு முறை அவர் பேர் சொல்லட்டுமா? சொல்லி முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் கற்றுங்க, ஓகேவா? லேடிஸ் அண்ட் ஜென்டில்மென், பாய்ஸ் அண்ட் கேர்ள்ஸ், லோகேஷ் கனகராஜ். என் பிரச்சனை அவருக்கு புரியும், அப்புறம் எடிட்டுக்கு எங்களுக்கு இருக்காது ஃபுட்டேஜ், இவங்க கத்தி கத்தி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. வணக்கம், எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? கோவையில் வந்திருக்கீங்க இன்னும் ஒரு முறை.
நல்லா இருக்கேன். எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். மன்னிச்சிருங்க, த்ரோட் சரியில்லை, ஐ ஹேவ் அ ஃப்ளூ, ஐம் சாரி. அதனால் வாய்ஸ் இப்படி தான் இருக்கும், கொஞ்சம் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிங்க. அண்ட் தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். அந்த பொண்ணு தேங்க்யூம்மா, தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். அண்ட் ஒன்றே ஒரு கரெக்ஷன், பிஎஸ்சி டெக் இல்லை, பிஎஸ்சி காஸ், அது மட்டும் சொல்லுங்கள்.
ஐ லவ் திஸ். உங்களுக்கு ஒரு கோல்டு இருந்ததுன்னா கூட குரல்லையும் அந்த ஒரு சினிமாட்டிக் எஃபெக்டோட தான் நீங்கள் வந்திருக்கீங்க இங்கே.
இல்லை, அது அப்படி இல்லை.
அப்படி இல்லைங்களா? ஓகே. ஏதோ ஏஐ சவுண்ட் எஃபெக்ட் மாதிரி இருக்கு.
ஏஐ இப்படி தான் இருக்கும்.
நீங்கள் பிளான் போட்டு வந்திருக்கீங்க, ரொம்ப நல்லாயிருக்கு. ஸோ நீங்கள் படங்கள் டைரக்ட் பண்ணுறது மட்டும் இல்லை, நீங்கள் யூ ரைட் யுவர் ஓன் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் as well. ஸோ ஆஸ் எ ஸ்க்ரீன் ரைட்டர், do you think ஏஐனால் உங்களை மாதிரி ஒரு கதை எழுத முடியுமா? அதாவது அதில் அந்த இமோஷன், அதில் ஃபீல், அதில் அந்த சென்டிமெண்ட், இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு மரண மாஸ் ரியாக்ஷன் ஆடியன்ஸ் கிட்டேன்னு கிடைக்குமா? அதாவது நம்ம ஏஐ வச்சு ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுதினோன்னா கேள்விக்கு பதில் சொல்ல விட்டுட்டு அப்புறம் ரியாக்ஷன் கொடுங்க.
இல்லை, ஈவன் பிஃபோர் ஸ்டார்டிங் திஸ் எனக்கு இன்னும் ஏஐ ஃபுல்லாக தெரியாது. ஐம் இன் த லேர்னிங் ஃபேஸ். ப்ராப்ளி இதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஹர்ஷத் பேசும்போது நிறைய விஷயம் இப்போ தான் தெரிய வருது. ஸோ முதல்ல நான் எல்லா கேள்விக்கும் ஆன்சர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒன்றே ஒன்று சொல்லிடுறேன், ஐம் நாட் அகெயின்ஸ்ட் இட் அண்ட் ஐம் நாட் இன்டு இட். ஒரு கதை ஒரு ஆள் தான் எழுத முடியும், ஏஐ எழுதாது.
சரி. ஸோ இப்போ ஒரு படம் செட்டில் உங்களுக்கு நிறையா அசிஸ்டன்ட் டைரக்டர்ஸ், கோ டைரக்டர்ஸ் அவங்களாம் இருப்பாங்க. நிறையா டாஸ்க் இருக்கும்ல, ஒரு லிஸ்ட்டு போட்டு நீங்கள் இது பண்ணுங்கள், நீங்கள் அது பண்ணுங்கள், நம்ம கொடுப்பீங்க. அதாவது உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ரொபாட்டிக் அசிஸ்டன்ட் இருந்ததுன்னா, இல்லைனா ஏஐ உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஏடியாக வந்தாங்கன்னா, நீங்கள் எந்த வேலைலாம் எனக்கு பிடிக்காது ஏஐ கிட்ட தள்ளி விட்டுருவீங்க?
எந்த வேலையும் பிடிக்காதுன்னு இல்லை, பட் ஆனால் எனக்கு கோட் ரைட்டர் கிடையாது, நான் கோட் ரைட்டர் வச்சுக்கிட்டது கிடையாது.
இது வரைக்கும் எடுத்ததில்லை.
ப்ராப்ளி வாட் ஐல் டூ வித் திஸ் ஏஐ இஸ் கேஸ்டிங் ஏஜென்சியில் ஐ திங்க் கொடுக்கலான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா அது நிறைய உழைப்பு இருக்குது அதுக்கு பின்னாடி. ஏடிஸ் வந்து 3000 பேர் 4000 பேரை ஆடிஷனில் எடுப்பாங்க. ப்ராபப்ளி அந்த டைமை குறைக்கிறதுக்கு ஐ திங்க் ஏஐ மைட் பி ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் ஃபார் மீ.
ஏஐ இன் காஸ்டிங் ரொம்ப இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கே. எப்போதும் எல்லாரும் ஒரு பதில் கொடுப்பாங்க. நம்ம லோகேஷ் கனகராஜோட பதில் வித்தியாசமாக இருக்கும்னு எதிர்பார்த்தோம். ஆனால் இப்படி கொடுக்குறீங்களே காஸ்டிங்ட்டு.
இல்லை, வேறு எதுவும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. மீதியெல்லாம் அவனுக்கு தான் பார்த்தாகணும். இது கொடுக்கலாம்.
ஸோ நீங்கள் ஏற்கனவே சொல்லிட்டீங்க அந்த ஹியூமன் டச் வராது ஏஐ கிட்ட ஒரு ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுதினோம்னா அந்த மாதிரிலாம். பட் நீங்கள் இது வரைக்கும் எடுத்த படங்களில் ஹவ் யூ யூஸ்ட் ஏஐ எனிவேர்?
நீங்கள் கூலி பார்த்தீங்களான்னு தெரில. நீங்கள் பார்த்துட்டீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அதில் அந்த ஃப்ளாஷ்பேக் சீக்வன்ஸ் வரும்ல. இல்லை இதுதான் இல்லை, ஆக்சுவலி என்னென்னா கூலி ரிலீஸ் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எவர் அப்பியரன்ஸ் இஸ் திஸ். ஸோ அதனால் இப்போ சொல்கிறேன். நடித்தது ரஜினி சார், அது டிஏஜ் பண்ணோம். அவர் வாய்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல, தட் வாஸ் ஏஐ. யா, தட் வாஸ் ஏஐ.
இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங். ஸோ எப்போதும் வந்து ஒரு சூப்பர் ஸ்டாராக இருக்கட்டும், எந்த நடிகராக இருக்கட்டும், அவங்கள வந்து நீங்கள் டைரக்டராக நீங்கள் ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுப்பீங்க. இந்த மாதிரி ட்ரை பண்ணால் நல்லா இருக்குமே சார். ஏஐ கிட்ட எப்படி சார் ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுத்து ஹவ் இஸ் தட் ஒர்க்கிங் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப்?
அதுதான் ரொம்ப ஆக்சுவலி பிடிச்சிருக்கு.
அப்படிங்களா?
ஃபீட்பேக்கே இருக்காதுல்ல, நம்ம சொல்கிறது செய்யும்.
வண்டர்ஃபுல். ஸோ உங்களுக்கும் மியூசிக் டைரக்டர் அனிருத்துக்கும் ஒரு நல்ல ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஷிப், ஒரு நல்ல காம்பினேஷன்.
I'll convey this to him.
நான் முன்னாடியே பாஸ் கொடுத்துருக்கணும், ஏன் தப்பு. ஸோ அந்த கெமிஸ்ட்ரி ரொம்பவே நல்லா இருக்குது. அதுவும் இந்த படத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஆடியன்ஸே நமக்கு பிஜிஎம் எப்படி இருக்குன்னா அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு க்ரியேட்டிவ் ஜீனியஸ், அதுவும் உங்கள் கூட சேர்ந்து காம்பினேஷன் செம்மையாக இருந்துச்சு. ஃப்யூச்சரில் வில் யூ மேபி ஒர்க் வித் ஏஐ வித் ரிகார்ட் டு மியூசிக் ஃபார் மூவிஸ்?
ஃப்யூச்சரில் அணி இல்லாமல் நான் படமே பண்ண மாட்டேன்.
ஸோ இந்த கேள்வி நான் அணி கிட்ட கேட்கணும். அணி நீங்கள் ஏஐ மியூசிக்கில் ஏதாவது கொண்டு வர போகிறீங்களா?
ஐம் டெல்லிங் யூ, அணி இல்லாமல் நான் படம் பண்ண மாட்டேன். ப்ராபப்ளி 2 பேரில் யாரோ ஒருத்தர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி கிட் பண்ணால் ஐ வில் திங்க் அபவுட் தட்.
ஓகே. ஸோ பட் வாட் அபவுட் மேபி இன் லைக் எடிட்டிங், விஷுவலைசிங்?
See, AI is helpful for me in one way. ஒன்று ரெஃபரன்ஸ்க்கு நம்ம எனிதிங் இஸ் அன் ஐடியா. ஒரு படம் பண்ணும்போது நம்ம 1000 விஷயம் யோசிப்போம். பட் ஆனால் அது எப்படி பண்ண போகிறோம்னு யோசிக்கும் போது வில் ஆல்வேஸ் see some references. ஏன்னா அந்த ரெஃபரன்சஸ் தான் ஐடியாஸ். அதை நம்ம எப்படி அடாப்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறோங்கிறது தான் சினிமா. இன் தட் வே AI is helpful for me with all the references. In other ways, ப்ரீவிசுவலைசேஷன் ஒன்று இருக்குது. முன்னாடியெல்லாம் வந்து ஸ்டோரி போர்ட் பண்ணுவோம். ஸ்டோரி போர்டு எப்படி பண்ணுவோன்னா, ஒரு ஸ்டோரி போர்டு ஆர்டிஸ்ட் வந்து வரைவார். ஃப்ரேம் பை ஃப்ரேம் ஹீல்வார். அது மொத்தமும் நீங்கள் ஒரு சீன் ஒன்று பார்க்குறீங்க, ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் ஒரு சீன் பார்க்குறீங்க அப்படின்னா அதோட ஃப்ரேம் ரேட் கால்குலேட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா ஒரு 600-700 ஃப்ரேம்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஸோ 600 to 700 ஃப்ரேம்ஸ் ஒரு ஆள் வரைவார் எங்களுக்கு ப்ரீவியூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு. இப்போ அது தேவையில்லை. இதனால் ஸ்டோரி போர்டு ஆர்டிஸ்டோட லைஃப் எல்லாம் மாறப்போதானா? இல்லை, அதுக்கு எங்கே வேணுமோ அதை யூஸ் பண்ணிக்க போகிறோம். பட் ஏஐ இஸ் ஹெல்பிங் அஸ் இன் தட் வே. ப்ரீவிசுவலேஷன் பண்ணுறதுக்கு 2 நாளில் இது முடிஞ்சிடும். முன்னாடி எங்களுக்கு 10 நாள் 15 நாள் ஆகும். ஸோ இன் தட் வே ஏஐ இஸ் ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் ஃபார் மீ.
வண்டர்ஃபுல். ஸோ இப்போ நம்ம நாட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கோவைக்கு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பிளானிங், சென்னைக்கு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பிளானிங்னா அந்த சிட்டிக்கு ஒரு டிஜிட்டல் ட்வின் மாதிரி அவங்க க்ரியேட் பண்ணி இந்த மாதிரி நம்ம சிட்டியை டெவலப் பண்ணால் இந்த மாதிரி ரியாக்ஷன் இருக்கும், சிட்டி இந்த நோக்கத்தில் போகும்னு அந்த மாதிரிலாம் they do that. நீங்கள் ஒரு ஆல்டர்னேட் யூனிவர்ஸே க்ரியேட் பண்ணிட்டுருக்கீங்க. ஹவ் யூ எவர் கன்சிடர்ட் கிரியேட்டிங் லைக் அ டிஜிட்டல் வெர்ஷன் ஆஃப் தட் யூனிவர்ஸ் உங்களோட பிளானிங் ஸ்டேஜில்? இல்லை எல்லா லோகேஷ் கனகராஜோட மூலையிலே இருக்கா?
நோ
நோ நோ, எவ்ரிதிங்ஸ் இன் ஹியர்.
ஒரு யூனிவர்ஸ்க்கே நான் படாத பாடுபட்டிருக்கேங்க. போதும்.
எங்களுக்கு நப்பாசங்க, நாங்கள்லாம் ஃபேன்ஸ். நீங்கள் இன்னும் 2-3 யூனிவர்ஸ் கிரியேட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா நாங்கள் சந்தோஷப்படுவோம்.
இந்த ஒரு யூனிவர்ஸே போதும்.
உங்களுக்குலாம் இன்னும் 2-3 யூனிவர்ஸ் தானே வேணுமா? ஆசை இருக்கா? சார் மாட்டி விடுறது என் வேலை, அவங்க கேட்டாங்க.
இந்த யூனிவர்ஸை நான் ரைட்டாக என் பண்ணும்ல, அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
ஓகே. ஸோ சார், இங்கே நிறைய பேர், நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தேர் அஸ்பைரிங் ஃபில்ம் மேக்கர்ஸ், தே வாண்ட் டு ஸ்டார்ட். பட் எல்லாரும் அவங்களோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ராஜெக்ட், முதல் ஐடியாவுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய க்ரூ அவங்களால அஃபோர்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு ப்ரொடியூசர் இல்லை, எல்லாருக்கும் வீட்டிலேருந்து ஃபண்ட்ஸ் இருக்காது, அவ்வளோ பாக்கெட் மணியும் இருக்காது. ஸோ அவங்கெல்லாம் எங்கேருந்து ஒரு அற்புதமான ஒரு ஆரம்பம் ஃபில்ம் மேக்கிங்க்கு இருக்க முடியும்? அதுக்கு ஏஐக்கான ஹெல்ப் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாமா?
ஷார்ட் ஃபிலிம் பண்ணும்போது 4000 ரூபாயில் தான் ஷார்ட் ஃபிலிம் எடுத்தேன். வெறும் 4000 ரூபா தான். அன்னைக்கு யார் கேமரா வச்சுருந்தாலும் அவங்க கேமராமேன், யார் லேப்டாப் வச்சுருந்தாலும் எடிட்டர், அவள் தான். அது ஒன்றும் பெருசாக போய் அதை ஃபாலோ பண்ணி பார்க்குறதுக்கோ அப்படி ஒன்றும் இல்லை. அண்ட் when it comes to cinema, it is all about the connection. ஒரு ஸ்டோரியை எப்படி வேணாலும் சொல்லலாம், எந்த விதத்தில் வேணாலும் சொல்லலாம். எவ்வளோ தூரம் நம்ம ஆடியன்ஸ் கூட கனெக்ட் பண்ணுறோங்கிறதா இருக்குது. கனெக்ட் இல்லைன்னா நம்மளால் ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது. ஸோ அதுக்கு காசு பணம் தேவையில்லை, அவர் பேஷன் வில் டூ. அண்ட் ஃபார் ஆல் திஸ் கிட்ஸ், இன்றைக்கி இல்லை என்றைக்கும் நான் ஒன்றே ஒன்று சொல்கிறது தான், ஃபாலோ யுவர் ஹார்ட்.
ஃபாலோ யுவர் ஹார்ட். பஞ்ச் லைனோட அழகாக முடிச்சிட்டிங்க. ஃபாலோ யுவர் ஹார்ட்.
என் படத்தில் பஞ்ச் டைலாக் இருக்காது
தெரியும், ஆனால் நீங்கள் மேடையில் வந்து பஞ்ச் டைலாகாக
இல்லை, நான் முன்னாடி இருந்தே சொல்லிட்டுருக்கேன். அது ஏன்னா யாராவது ஒருத்தர் அட்வைஸ் வாங்கி ஏதோ ஒன்று பண்ணணுன்னா நான் ஃபிலிம் மேக்கரே ஆயிருக்க முடியாது. இதை பண்ணாதேன்னு சொன்னவங்க தான் அதிகம். அப்போது அது சொல்லக்கூடாதுல்ல, யார் அட்வைஸும் எடுக்கக்கூடாது. ஜஸ்ட் ஃபாலோ யுவர் ஹார்ட்.
ஸோ இத்தனை பேர் உங்ககிட்ட இப்படி சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, அதையும் தாண்டி நான் ஃபிலிம் மேக்கர் ஆகியே தீரணும், அந்த வெறி, அந்த நெருப்பு, அந்த டிசைர் எங்கேருந்து சார் வருது?
பேஷன் தானே.
பட் மோட்டிவேஷன் எங்கேருந்து வருது? ஏன்னா நிறைய பேர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாரும் நானும் ஒரு ஏடி ஆகி லோகேஷ் கனகராஜ் மாதிரி ஒரு பெரிய டைரக்டராக வரணும்னு நினச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் உங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் எத்தனை ஏடி வராங்க, எத்தனை பேர் ஆக்சுவலி சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக ஆகிறாங்கன்ட்டு. ஸோ ஒரு பெரிய மித் இருக்குது, எல்லாரும் வந்து ஒரு ஏடி ஆகிட்டு அவங்களும் சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக ஆகிடுவாங்கன்ட்டு. ஸோ வாட் மேக்ஸ் you different? உங்களோட motivation factor என்ன, so they can learn from?
Yeah, in that way I always wanted to be an AD for one filmmaker. என் வாழ்க்கையில் அது நடக்கவே இல்லை. In that way I am not successful. நான் நினச்சது நான் பண்ணவே இல்லை. பட் ஆனால் சக்ஸஸ் ரேட் இஸ் நாட் தட். அதுக்கும் இதுக்கும் சம்மந்தமே இல்லை. சக்ஸஸ் இஸ் ஆக்சுவலி நாட் கிவிங் crores and crores of money in box office. No. ஒரு படம் அது 2 நிமிஷம் இருக்கலாம், 3 நிமிஷம் இருக்கலாம், 3 மணி நேரம் இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் எடுத்து மக்களுக்கு காமிச்சிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா யூ ஆர் சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல், யூ ஆர் பிகம் அ டிரெக்டர், தட்ஸ் இட். அதில் நம்ம ஒன்றும் சொல்கிறதுக்கு எதுவும் இல்லை. பாக்ஸ் ஆஃபீஸ் கலெக்ஷன்ஸ் இஸ் ஃபார் ப்ரொடியூசர்ஸ். ஆஸ் அ ஃபிலிம் மேக்கர் நான் இந்த கதை சொல்ல வந்தேன், இதை மக்கள்கிட்ட காட்டுறேன், அவ்வளோதான். எனிபடி கேன் பி அ டைரக்டர். அது ஒன்றுமே இல்லை. பட் ஆனால் ஹவு சின்சியர் யூ ஆர் டு இட் அண்ட் ஹவு ஹானஸ்ட் யூ ஆர் ஃபார் யுவர் ஜாப்.
ஐ லவ் திஸ். ஒரு அற்புதமான யூனிவர்ஸ்லாம் க்ரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு ஐ எம் ஜஸ்ட் அ சிம்பிள் ஸ்டோரி டெல்லர்னு ஹம்பிளாக சொல்லிட்டாரு. பட் ஐ வாண்ட் ஆஸ்க் யூ திஸ், நீங்கள் இவ்வளோ யோசிச்சு ஸ்டோரி போர்ட் பண்ணி பிளான் பண்ணி யூஆர் கிரியேட்டிங் அ யூனிவர்ஸ். ஆனால் ஃபேன்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏஐயில் இந்த ஸ்டோரி லைன்லாம் இன்புட் பண்ணி அடுத்து என்ன வரும், இது என்ன வரும்னு கெஸ் பண்ணி போல் போட்டு பறக்க விட்டுட்ருக்காங்க சோஷியல் மீடியாவில். அந்த மாதிரிலாம் பார்க்கச்சே உங்களுக்கு என்ன ரியாக்ஷனாக இருக்கும்? பிகாஸ் யூஆர் கிரியேட்டர், யூஆர் அன் ஆர்டிஸ்ட் அட் தி எண்ட் ஆஃப் தி டே.
சரி, ஃபஸ்ட்டு நம்ம எல்லாத்தையும் ரிசீவ் பண்ணிக்கணும், எனி டெக்னாலஜி, and then observe it. அதுக்கப்புறம் அது நம்மளை என்ன பண்ணுதுன்னு பார்க்கணும். ஏன்னா எல்லாமே இட்ஸ் வே ஹெட். நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஐம் இந்த லேர்னிங் கர்வ் ஆஃப் லேர்னிங் வாட் இட் இஸ் ஆக்சுவலி. 15 வருஷம் முன்னாடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரே ஒரு ஆள் மட்டும் ஓடிடி பற்றி பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தார், கமல்ஹாசன். விஸ்வரூபம் ரிலீஸ் அப்போ ஓடிடினா என்னன்னு நமக்கு தெரியாது. இன்றைக்கி ஓடிடி இல்லாமல் ஒரு படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆகாது, அதோட பிஸ்னஸ் இல்லாமல் ஒரு படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆகாது. ஸோ அப்போது அந்த மாதிரி தான் ஏஐயும் பார்க்குறேன்னா. பட் ஆனால் எண்ட் ஆஃப் தி டே வாட் ஐ வில் சே இஸ், சரி நான் உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு கொஸ்டின் கேட்குறேன், உங்களுக்கு ஃபேவரட்டான ஆக்டர் யார்?
சரி, இப்படி மாட்டி விட்டீங்களே.
இல்லை சொல்லுங்கள்.
விக்ரம்.
ஓகே, அவரை ஏஐயில் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணால் நீங்கள் காசு கொடுத்து தேட்டரில் போய் பார்ப்பீங்களா? விக்ரம் சார் நடித்தா தேட்டரில் காசு கொடுத்து பார்ப்பீங்களா?
விக்ரம் சார் நடித்தா கேரண்டி தேட்டருக்கு போகிறேன், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஷோ.
அவ்வளோதான். டு ஆன்சர் யுவர் கொஸ்டின்.
இவர் ரோலே மாற்றிட்டாரு, விட்டா இவர் என்ன இன்டர்வியூ பண்ணுவார் போல். பட் சார், ஐ வாண்ட் ஆஸ்க் யூ திஸ், நீங்கள் ரொம்ப அற்புதமான பல கேரக்டர்ஸ் எழுதியிருக்கீங்க. அதாவது விக்ரமாக இருக்கட்டும், தில்லியாக இருக்கட்டும், கைதியில் அந்த கேரக்டர் நம்ம பார்த்தோமே, அண்ட் வி ஆல் அப்சல்யூட்லி லவ்ட் இட். ரொம்ப ராவாக இருந்தது, ஒரு இமோஷ்னல் கனெக்ட் இருந்துச்சு. அதாவது இந்த மனுஷனுக்கு ஏண்டா இதெல்லாம் நடக்குது, நான் எதாவது போய் ஹெல்ப் பண்ண முடியுமான்ட்டு. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபீலிங்கோட இன்புட்டோட, ஏன்னா நம்ம இப்போ ஒரு ஆர்டிஸ்ட் இங்கே மேடையில் உட்காந்து பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தார், பல ஆர்ட் ஒர்க் எல்லாம் நான் இன்புட் பண்ணி ஏஐயை வந்து ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி மிஷின் கற்றுக்கிட்டு அது அப்புறம் ஆர்ட் ஒர்க் க்ரியேட் பண்ணிச்சுன்ட்டு. நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க, ஒரு 3 வருஷம் 5 வருஷத்தில் இனிமேல் வரப்போகிற ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எல்லாம் இந்த மாதிரி ஏஐயில் இன்புட் பண்ணி அந்த மாதிரி ஃபீலிங்கோட வருமா?
வாய்ப்பே இல்லை.
வாய்ப்பே இல்லைங்க.
வாய்ப்பே இல்லை. அதை எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னு நமக்கு தெரிஞ்சுன்னா அதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணால் அது கரெக்டாக இருக்கும். பட் ஆனால் எமோஷன்ஸ் ஆர் ஹியூமன்ல, நம்ம அது எப்படி மிஷின் ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணும்? we are not robots, we are humans.
அது புரியுது. how is that going to understand that first day first show feeling? அந்த ஃபேன்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து எந்த மொமெண்ட்ல எழுந்து நின்று கரெக்டாக சீட்டில் நின்று ஆடுவாங்க, அது
எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கும்? அது கண்டுபிடிச்சிச்சுன்னா நிறைய பிரச்சனை இருக்குது நமக்கு.
ஸோ நீங்கள் இப்போ ஒரு படம் எழுதும்போது, நீங்கள் பிளான் போடும்போது உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா, அதாவது இந்த சீன் போது ஆடியன்ஸ் இப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, இந்த சீன் நிச்சயமாக லைக் விசில் பறக்கும் ஆடியன்ஸில், ரியாக்ஷன் செம்மையாக இருக்கும்?
எனி ஃபிலிம் அதை நினச்சிட்டு எழுதுவோம். இங்கே கைத்தட்டு கிடைக்கும், இங்கே சிரிப்பாங்க, இங்கே அழுவாங்க, இங்கே கொஞ்சம் யோசிப்பாங்க. எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே இட்ஸ் அன் என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட் பிஸ்னஸ். அதில் நம்ம இதை ஃபுல்லாக நினச்சி ஃபுல்ஃபில்டாக எழுதுவோம், ஒன்று பண்ணுவோம். ப்ராப்ளி 90% வில் அச்சீவ் அண்ட் 10% வில் ஃபெயில் ஆல்சோ. பட் தேர் வில் பி சர்ப்ரைசஸ் வேர் இது ஒன்றுமே இல்லாத சீன் நினச்சிருப்போம், பட் அதுக்கு பயங்கரமான கைத்தட்டு வரும். பட் ஆனால் இட்ஸ் ஆல் அப் டு மக்கள்ல, அது நம்ம ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாதுல்ல. நான் வந்து இன்றைக்கி டைரெக்டாக காலையில் யாரும் எனக்கு கூலி கொடுக்கல. ஃபஸ்ட்டு மாநகரமில் அன்றைக்கி 96 தேட்டர் ரிலீஸ் ஆச்சு. அப்போலேருந்து இப்போ வரைக்கும் அந்த மக்கள் என்னை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற விதம் இருக்குல்ல, இதை எந்த விதத்தில் நான் விட்டு கொடுக்கவே முடியாதுல்ல. என் ஆர்ட் ஒர்க்குக்கு இப்படி ஒரு கைதட்டும் பாராட்டு கிடைக்குதுன்னா, மாநகரம் ரிலீஸ் ஆகும்போதே இது என்ன படம், யார் நடிச்சிருக்கா, எவன் எடுத்தான் அப்படின்னு நினச்சிருந்தா இன்னைக்கு கூலி இல்லை. 9 வருஷம், இந்த 9 வருஷம் இவங்க கொடுத்த சப்போர்ட் தான். ஸோ அதனால் என்றைக்கும் நன்றி 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 நன்றி.
நீங்கள் நிச்சயமாக ஆசைப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க, ஆனால் என்னைக்கான ஒரு தடவை கற்பனை பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ரியாக்ஷன் உங்களுக்கு வரும்? இத்தனை ஸ்க்ரீனில் உங்கள் படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆகும், இந்த மாதிரி விசில் பறக்கும், ஆடியன்ஸோட ரியாக்ஷன் இப்படி இருக்கும்ட்டு ஒரு நாள் அது டீப் டவுன் அந்த கனவு இருந்திருக்குமா?
மாநகரத்தப்போ நினச்சிருக்கேன் என்னைக்காவது இந்த மாதிரி கைத்தறி கிடைக்கணும். பட் ஆனால் அதுக்கப்புறம் இவங்க இதை கண்டினியூஸாக பண்ணி 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 எனக்கு அது மறந்துடுச்சு. எனக்கு இவங்களுக்கு நியாயமாக இருக்கணும்னு மட்டும்தான் இருக்கேன், வேறு எதுவும் இல்லை.
இப்போ நீங்கள் அடுத்ததாக ஒரு படம் பண்ணிங்கன்னா எல்லாருக்கும் ஏகப்பட்ட எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் இருக்குது. அதாவது நீங்கள் அடுத்ததாக ஒரு படம் பண்ணணும்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு இருப்பீங்க, ஆனால் ஆடியன்ஸ் வந்து லோகேஷ் கனகராஜ் இந்த மாதிரி தான் அடுத்தது படம் பண்ணுவாருன்னு எல்லோரும் யோசிச்சுட்டு இருப்பாங்க. நீங்கள் அவங்களோட எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் மேனேஜ் பண்ணி எழுதுவீங்களா, இல்லை நான் எழுத போகிறேன் என் ஆடியன்ஸ் இன்டெலிஜென்ட்டான ஆடியன்ஸ் அவங்களும் நல்லா ரியாக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு எழுதுவீங்களா?
இது நான் நல்ல வேலை இதை சொல்லணும்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருந்தேன். எதுவுமே இதுவரையும் நான் சொன்னதில்லைங்க, நான் சொன்னதே இல்லை. ஆனால் இவங்களோட எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட் இல்லை, அதுதான் என்னை உட்கார வச்சுருக்கு. என்ன மட்டும் இல்லை, இருக்கிற எல்லாரையும், எல்லா ஸ்டார்ஸ், டெக்னீஷியன்ஸ், அத்தனை பேருமே. இந்த எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட் இல்லைன்னா நாங்கள் சினிமா பண்ண முடியாது. அந்த எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட்டை குறைச்சி சொல்ல முடியாது. ஃபார் இன்ஸ்டன்ட் ஃபார் கூலி டைம் ட்ராவல் சொல்ல, எல்சியூல் இருக்குன்னு சொல்ல, பட் ஆனால் அதெல்லாம் அவங்களா பேசி அவங்களா சொல்லிட்டாங்க. நான் வந்து ஒரு ட்ரைலர் கூட ரிலீஸ் பண்ணல, படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆக முடியும். 18 மாதம் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு எல்லாத்தையும் எவ்வளோ தூரம் ஹைட் பண்ணி வைக்க முடியுமோ அப்படி தான் வச்சுருந்தேன். பட் ஆனால் யூ கேன் ஹைட் தயர் எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட்டில். அவங்க எல்லா நாளும் ரஜினி சார் படம் எப்படி இருக்கும், லோகேஷ் படம் எப்படி இருக்கும்னு நினச்சி பேசுகிறாங்க. அதை எப்படி தடுக்க முடியும்? நோ வே. பட் ஆனால் ஐ கேன் நெவர் ரைட் அ ஸ்டோரி ஃபார் தயர் எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்ஸ். ஐ வில் ரைட் அ ஸ்டோரி, இஃப் இட் மீட்ஸ் their expectations, I'm good. If it is not in meeting their expectations, I'll try. That's it.
I love this. In the spirit, I'll try. ஸோ இப்போ அடுத்ததாக நீங்கள் ஒரு படம் பண்ணுறீங்க, அண்ட் திஸ் இஸ் லைக் யுவர் ட்ரீம் ப்ராஜெக்ட், ஓகேவா? அண்ட் லெட்ஸ் சே யூ கேன் மேக் திஸ் ப்ராஜெக்ட் அனானிமஸ்லி, அதாவது யாருக்குமே தெரியாது லோகேஷ் கனகராஜ் இந்த படம் பண்ணியிருக்காருன்ட்டு. ஸோ ஆடியன்ஸ் எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன் நம்ம ரிமூவ் பண்ணியாச்சு ஈக்குவேஷன்லேருந்து. நீங்கள் அப்போ எந்த மாதிரி ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க சார்?
அடுத்த படம் அப்படி தான் இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
ஓகே சார், இதுக்கு மேலே உங்களை நான் மொனாப்பலைஸ் பண்ணேன்னா இவங்கெல்லாம் சந்தோஷப்பட மாட்டாங்க. ஐ திங்க் we are going to open the floor for audience questions. We will come one by one and form a neat line. We will maintain in an odd... Ma'am, நிச்சயமா லைன் காட்ட போகிறாங்க மேம். Let us manage our expectations. So if you can come up there. All of you are fans. Please do not become movie reviewers or critics. There are enough people who do that.
You can still be. It's
கரெக்டாக
okay.
வந்து கேள்வி கேளுங்க.
நமஸ்தே சார்.
Sorry, can I get you to come this side? ஏன்னா ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபர் கும்பல் தாண்டி நீங்கள் எங்கே நிற்கிறீங்கன்னே தெரியல. தேங்க்யூ.
Hi ma. Hi.
தமிழ் ஓகே. நமஸ்தே சார்.
Hi,
வெல்கம்
ma'am.
டு SSVM.
Hi.
ஐம் ஸ்ரீனிதா. நீங்கள் தான் வந்து அடுத்த தமிழ் சினிமாவோட நியூ வாய்ஸ்னே சொல்கிறாங்க. எப்படி அடுத்தடுத்த படத்தோட பீப்புளோட எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்ஸ் வந்து கடைப்பிடிச்சிட்டே இருக்கீங்க?
கஷ்டம்தாம்மா, என்ன பண்ணுறது.
பட் எவ்ரி டைம் வந்து நீங்கள் அதை வின் பண்ணிடுறீங்க.
நானும் சாப்பிட்ணும்ல, ஏன் பொழப்புது கஷ்டம்தான். பட் ஆனால் திஸ் இஸ் வாட் த எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட் இஸ்ல. திஸ் இஸ் ஹவு லைஃப் ஷுட் பி. வி நீட் டு கீப் அவர் செல்ஸ் பிஸி வித் ஆல் தி அப்ஸ் அண்ட் டவுன்ஸ். வி நீட் டு கீப் கோயிங் அண்ட் மூவ் ஆன்ல. ஸோ அதனால் எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்ஸோ இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி வாட் எக்ஸைட்ஸ் யூ மோர்ல, தட் இஸ் வாட் இட் இஸ். யா, அண்ட் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் எக்ஸைட்ஸ் மீ அண்ட் தட் இஸ் வாட் ஐம் டூயிங்.
தேங்க்யூ.
தேங்க்யூம்மா. அண்ட் ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட் மேம்.
தேங்க்யூ சார்.
ஸோ அடுத்த கேள்விக்கு முன்னாடி நீங்கள் ஒரு படத்துக்கும் இன்னொரு படத்துக்கும் நடுவில் உங்களோட மைண்டை ரிஃப்ரெஷ் பண்ணணுன்னா நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க?
எனக்கு கோயம்புத்தூரில் கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, என்னோட காலேஜ் மேட்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்கூல் மேட்ஸ். அவனுங்க எல்லாரையும் கூப்பிட்டு எங்கேயாவது ட்ரிப் போயிடுவேன்.
அதுதான் நாங்கள் இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் அந்த ஃபோட்டோ பார்த்து கேங்கோட
தட்ஸ் மை கேங். அவனுக்கும் சினிமாவுக்கும் சம்மந்தம் இல்லை, ஸோ அதனால் அவனுக்கு கூட நிம்மதியாக போயிட்டு.
Wonderful. Okay. Your question, please.
Sir, good morning. என் பேர் யாழினி. I'm from 8th grade. சார், நான் வந்து உங்களோட ஃபேனோட தவிர்த்து எனக்கு படம்னா ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும் சார். ஐ எம் மூவிஸ் ஃபேன். அப்படி உங்களோட படத்துலேருந்து ஜஸ்ட் அ கொஸ்டின், ஐ வாஸ் கியூரியஸ், 5 வருஷமாக கேட்கணும்னு நினச்சேன். மாநகரம் படத்தில் ஸ்ரீ சாரோட பேர் என்ன சார்?
ஆக்சுவலி பேர் இல்லை, பட் ஆனால் ஃபார் அ பவுண்ட், ஃபார் அ ஸ்கிரிப்ட் டென்டேட்டிவாக எழுதும்போது வச்சுருந்த பேர் பரணி.
தேங்க்யூ சார்.
ஐ திங்க் நோபடி நோஸ், யூ ஒன்லி நோஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்.
சார், அது எடுக்கும் போது யூ தாட் வித்தவுட் நேம் அது பண்ணோன்னா?
யா, நான் பேங்க்கில் வேலை செய்யும்போது நான் ஒரு 5 மாதம் 6 மாதம் ஒரே ஒரு கேப் டிரைவரோட அவரை பிக்கப் பண்ணிட்டு ட்ராப் பண்ணுவார் டெய்லியும். அவர் கூட அவ்வளோ பேசியிருக்கேன், அவ்வளோ ஷேர் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஒரு நாள் அவர் வரல, ஒரு 4 மாதம் கழிச்சு. எனக்கு அவர் பேர் தெரில, ஏன்னா என்னோடய ஃபோனில் கேப் டிரைவர்னு சேவ் பண்ணி வச்சுருந்தேன். அண்ட் தட் மேட் மீ டூ மாநகரம் வித்வுட் நேம்ஸ்.
தேங்க்யூ சார். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். உங்களோட பேர் லைக் உங்கள் கேரக்டர்ஸ் பேரே ஹாஸ் மேட் அ கிரேட் இம்பாக்ட் ஃபார் மீ. அது பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் மாநகரம்ல லைக் என்ன பேரே வைக்காம வச்சிருக்காரு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் படம்.
ஐம் so surprised you are in 8th grade.
உங்க அம்மா அப்பா கேட்கணும் எப்படி அந்த படத்தை அந்த வயசுல பார்க்க விட்டாங்கன்னு. பட் வில் பாஸ் தி மைக்.
அது ஏ ஃபிலிம் இல்லங்க, அது யூ
புரியுதுங்க.
குழந்தையை பார்க்கலாம்.
மாஸ்டர் வந்தபோது it was covid time. I fought with my parents, went to master, saw, came back, mask எல்லாம் போட்டுட்டு.
Thank you.
That is not advisable, but still yes, thank you.
Thank you sir.
வணக்கம் சார்.
Hi ma.
I'm Zulfa.
Hi ma.
Sir, அடுத்து வர இந்த young generation of screenwriters and directors who are aspiring, what one advice would you give to them in the AI creativity competition?
See, first thing is, this is not for claps. This is not for claps. Never take advice. Never ever take advice first. And second, collaborate. இன்னொரு ரைட்டர் கூட உட்காந்து பேசி எழுதி அதுக்காக. யா, தேங்க்யூ.
Sir, hello. My name is Sarvesh. I'm from Coimbatore.
ஆமா, ஒரு பையனை பார்க்க சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. எல்லாம் பொண்ணுங்களா கேளுங்க.
சார், எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட் சார். நான் உங்க ஃபிலிம்ஸ் மாநகரம்ல இருந்து கூலி வரைக்கும் பாத்துர்க்கேன்.
கூலி பாட்டியா? This is not getting
Sir,
into YouTube.
எல்லாரும் பார்த்துட்டாங்க.
பார்த்துட்டாங்க.
இல்ல, is it getting into YouTube?
Sorry?
இது YouTube போதா?
இல்ல.
Okay.
இல்ல.
I'll be in trouble, you will be in trouble.
சார் ஃப்ரம் மாநகரம்லேருந்து கூலி வரைக்கும் பார்க்குற த மூவி ஸ்டோரி வந்து லைக் ஆர்டினரி, பட் அந்த ஸ்க்ரீன் பிளே ரொம்ப ரேசியாக லைக் ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்குது அடுத்தது என்ன நடக்கும். ஸோ அது எப்படி சார் நீங்கள் எழுதுனீங்க?
நான் ரொம்ப போராக எடுத்தா நீ பார்ப்பியா?
சார்
பார்க்க மாட்டேல்ல,
இல்லை சார்.
என்ன நீங்கள் கூப்பிட்டுருக்க மாட்டீங்கல்ல, இவ்வளோ கைத்தட்டு வந்திருக்காதுல்ல. ஸோ ரேசியாக தான் எழுதணும், வேறு வழி இல்லை.
ஓகே சார், பட் எனக்கு 2 டிப்ஸ் கொடுங்க சார். ஸ்க்ரீன் பிளே எழுதுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப ரேசியாக எழுதணும்.
ஏய், உனக்கு நிறைய வயசு இருக்குடா, படிச்சு முடி. And then come meet me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
வணக்கம் சார், என் பேர் மோக்ஷிதா.
வணக்கம்.
உங்களோட மூவிஸ் எல்லாருக்கும் வந்து இங்கே ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும். இந்த ஆடியன்ஸே வந்து ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் தான். I hope you guys can cheer over here now.
Thank you.
It'll be real nice.
Thank you. Gratitude. Love you. Thank you.
So sir, உங்களோட do you think we can learn lessons from your movies instead of learning from our books?
I don't think ஒரு படம் பார்த்து தான் நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் ஏதாவது கற்றுக்கணுன்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு that won't be a good idea நான் நினைக்கிறேன். This is my personal perception. It will change. ஒரு சினிமா நம்மளை இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் பண்ணிடுச்சுன்னா நம்ம வளர்ந்த விதமே தப்பாயிடும். நம்மளுக்கு அப்பா அம்மா இருக்காங்க, அவங்க தான் வளர்த்திருக்காங்க. ஒரு படம் எப்படி நம்மளை மாற்றிடும்? இட் ஷுட் ஒன்லி என்டர்டெயின் யூ. ப்ராப்ளி இன்னும் சிந்திக்க வைக்கலாம். நிறையா சினிமா அதை பண்ணும். பட் ஆனால் அது மட்டுமே போதும் அப்படின்னால இந்த ஸ்கூல் தேவையில்ல, நம்ம படம் மட்டுமே போகலாம்ல, தேட்டர்ஸில் மட்டுமே வாழலாம்ல. ஏன் ஸ்கூல் இருக்குது, ஏன் இருக்குது? ஸோ ஐ திங்க் this is not the right way to get influenced by any cinema.
Thank you, sir.
வணக்கம் சார், நான் கிருபா பேசுறேன். I am a very big fan girl of you. Loads of love for you, sir.
Glad.
And of course, being a director, you must handle so many things on your set, like the actress, the technical team, the music and stuff. So what are the challenges you face being a director, handling everything at once?
See, every day will be a challenge. Handling 1,000 men in set will be a challenge. And to answer in other words, நீங்கள் ஏதாவது கல்யாணத்துக்கு போயிருப்பீங்களே, உங்கள் சொந்தக்காரங்க கல்யாணத்துக்கு, அந்த ஒரு நாள் கல்யாணத்துக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள் பிளான் பண்ணுவாங்க? ஒரு 6 மாதம். இது ஒரு 200 நாள் டெய்லியும் கல்யாணம் மாதிரி. இதில் ஒரே பிரச்சனை என்னென்னா எல்லோரும் நடிக்கணும். ஃபோட்டோவுக்கு மட்டும் போஸ் கொடுத்து போயிட முடியாது. ஸோ அது கஷ்டம்தான். பட் இட் இஸ் எக்ஸைட்டிங்.
Like how do you convince, like நீங்க வந்து ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க, எனக்கு இந்த ஹீரோ தான் வேணும், எனக்கு இவரதா ப்ரொடியூசரா கிடைக்கணும் அப்படின்னு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு சாய்ஸ் ஆஃப் கேரக்டர்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க. How do you convince them to like get into your movies?
That is part of your job, illa? That is the most important part. If you are not convincing enough, they will not act in your films. நீங்கள் கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டா they will act in your films. And that is the reason. நான் இது வந்து ஒரு பெருமையாக கூட சொல்லலாம். 6 படம் தான் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் இந்த 9 வருஷத்தில். பட் I've contributed so much to the industry and I've worked with 22 heroes. I've convinced them all.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, ma. Hi.
Yeah, and also I am a very big fan of you.
Very glad.
Myself, Sri Akshat, who's pursuing commerce stream at SSVM School of Excellence, grade 11. So let's wrap it up real quick.
All the best.
Yeah. So in cinema or life, we have a fear of failure and it can take over us. So how do you personally deal with fear when you're taking a creative risk?
See, you just need to compartmentalize like what is life and what is your work. அது ரெண்டையும் மிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டோன்னா பெரிய பிரச்சனை இருக்குது. பர்சனல் லைஃபையும் ப்ரொஃபஷனல். ஃபெயிலியர்ஸ் இன் பர்சனல் லைஃப் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட், இன் ப்ரொஃபஷனலிசம் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ஸோ அது தெரிஞ்சிருச்சுனாலே போதும். அண்ட் ஃபெயிலியர்ஸ் ஆர் ஃபெயிலியர்ஸ் அண்ட் சக்ஸஸ் இஸ் சக்ஸஸ். இங்கே போகாத வரைக்கும்.
தேங்க்யூ சார். நீங்கள் we also need you to give away a few awards. So we're running a little late on time. இன்னும் ஒரு 2 question எடுக்கலாமா, இல்ல shall we move to the awards?
Please.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, everybody is a fan. Jump straight to the question. We're running late on time.
Sir, every super hit, Bennett's the concept of flow state, sir. Flow state, how you are so consistent in it. So how you attain flow state?
If I'm not consistent, I'll not be in the business. So I need to be consistent.
So how you are able to take away all the distractions and how you are able to get in the flow state?
No, that's part of the job again, no? All these reviews, all criticism, all appreciations, that is all part of films. இது வந்து பிரித்து எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறதுக்கு அதில் ஒன்றும் இல்லை. You just need to accept everything. நம்ம ஒரு படம் பண்ணி நம்ம வீட்டுக்குள்ளே வச்சு பார்த்துக்கிட்டா யாரும் குறை சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க. But we are giving it to public, இல்லை? So there is always a difference between a கல்யாண வீடியோ and a film, இல்லை? So அதனால் இது படம். So பேசுகிறவங்க பண்ணுறவங்க எல்லாமே இருக்கும். But we just need to know what they are talking. That's very important, actually.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hi, ma'am.
Sir, I'm a big fan of your work.
Glad.
I'll jump straight into the question, sir.
Yep.
நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு இன்டர்வியூவில் வந்து கைதி படம் எழுத விருமாண்டி தான் இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் சொல்லியிருப்பீங்க. அது விருமாண்டி எழுத ஸ்பார்க்கட்டஸ்ன்னு சொல்லியிருப்பீங்க. அது மாதிரி இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன்ஸ் பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க? அண்ட் டேவிட் ஃபின்ச்சர், ஸ்கார்செஸி, நோலன் அவங்களோட இதுலேருந்தெல்லாம் நீங்கள் இன்ஸ்பயர் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களாங்க?
See, I'm a huge fan of Batman. But ஆனால் ஒரு quote I'll take from my life is from Joker. An idea can never be destroyed. அதே மாதிரி தான் எல்லாமே. Everything is an idea. And இது வந்து நான் வந்து கமல் சார்கிட்ட மீட் பண்ணும்போது சொன்னது அது. அந்த இன்டர்வியூவில் சொல்லியிருக்கும்போது அவர் கைதி ரொம்ப பிடிச்சி போய் என்னை கூப்பிட்டு பாராட்டினார். நான் சொன்னேன், சார் விருமாண்டி வாஸ் மை இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் டு ரைட் கைதின்னு. அப்போ அவர் சொன்னார், விருமாண்டி நான் வந்து ஸ்பார்டக்கஸில் இன்ஸ்பயர் ஆகி எழுதினேன்னு. இப்போ ஸ்பார்டக்கஸ் எடுத்தவர்கிட்ட தான் நம்ம போய் கேட்கணும். ஆக்சுவலி அவர் என்ன பார்த்து இன்ஸ்பயர் ஆனார். ஸோ தட் இஸ் ஹவ் இட் இஸ். இட் இஸ் நாட் அபவுட் காப்பிங். இட் இஸ் நாட் அபவுட் யூ பீயிங் சம் ஒன். இட் இஸ் யூ. யூ ஹாவ் டு பி யூ. அது அந்த ஒரிஜினாலிட்டி, அந்த யூனிக்னஸ் வேணும் அப்படின்னா யூ கேன் இன்ஸ்பயர் ஃப்ரம் எனிவேர், எனி ஆர்ட், பட் யுவர் ஒரிஜினாலிட்டி ஹேஸ் டு பி தேர். யா.
தேங்க்யூ சார். யூ வில் பி மை இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் சார்.
தேங்க்ஸ்.
Namaste sir, I'm Keith.
Namaste. Hi.
Sir, ஒரு quick question.
Yep.
AI வச்சு visualization பண்ணுறீங்க. அது உங்கள் ஸ்டோரி வந்து ஒரு உங்கள் டீமுக்கு நீங்கள் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறது, do you think AI explains it better or do you feel you personally explaining to the team is better?
You should ask my team.
Okay.
Probably AI should explain it better than நினைக்கிறேன். I explain it randomly. I'll take days. Probably AI will do it in minutes, I think. I don't know.
That's what I said. Would you prefer AI doing it or you doing it?
அவர் அடுத்த தடவை ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு அடுத்த தடவை வச்சு உங்களுக்கு சொல்லுங்க.
No way AI can explain films. It has to be only us.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we're going to wrap up all of our questions for
Yeah,
today.
before that...
Do we have time for one more? Please?
One more? Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to ask this question.
Yeah,
Sir,
hi.
big fan, by the way.
Glad.
Actually, உங்களோட எல்லா படத்துலையும் you've worked with big stars. ஆண்டவரோட பண்ணிட்டீங்க, ரஜினி சாரோட பண்ணிட்டீங்க, விஜயோட பண்ணிட்டீங்க. It's a big notion that your films are mostly based on characters and not the stars. So would you be open to working with debutants in your next movies?
Not next movie.
Okay.
Probably in the future. I also want to work on a film like Managaram with all debutants. And let me see. My commitments are not like that right now. But probably yes. I also don't want to always get into this star-driven vehicle. I also want to do a film with the debutants. Let's see.
Thank you, sir.
And this is your last question, no?
Yes.
And all the best, kids. All the best. All the best. All the best. Love you all. Love you all. And thank you so much for having me here. It was such a pleasure. Thank you. Love you all. Love you all. You guys made my day. Love you all.
So before we wrap this up, one last question. அதாவது இங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா most of them are in 9th grade to 12th grade. நீங்கள் டீனேஜராக இருக்குச்சு, ஐம் ஷோர் உங்களுக்கு படம் பண்ணுங்கிற ஆசை, உங்களுக்கு ஒரு டைரக்டர் ஆகணுங்கிற ஒரு ஆசை. இப்போ இருக்கிற லோகேஷ் கனகராஜ் ட்ராவல் பேக்ஸ் இன் டைம், டீனேஜர் லோகேஷ் கனகராஜுக்கு என்ன அட்வைஸ் கொடுப்பார்?
நான் எனக்கு take no advice.
I love this. Take no advice. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lokesh Kanakaraj.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, romba nandri. I think ittana per unga kita vandu pesittu irukanga, but I can tell you this entire auditorium and every other school they have is filled with big fans of yours. So thank you, romba nandri, for being here with us today. So we're going to dive right into the Studentpreneur Awards 2025, the internal results. We'll begin with our second consolation prize. It goes to SPA Mithun Pranesh and Pratulya Sendil Kumar from Rue Continuum. They get a cash prize of 1,000. Our first consolation prize goes to Ishita Karthika Jyotish from SSVM Day School. And now for third place, we have Vivan MP from SSVM School of Excellence, taking home a cash prize of 5,000. Vivan, we're going to have you take the podium and quickly explain your project. Can I hold that for you? Sure. You have 1 minute.
Am I audible?
Yes.
So first of all, at the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Manimekalai ma'am, Mohandas sir, and the entire SSVM institutions for organizing such a wonderful platform. I am equally grateful to Transforming India Conclave and team for recognizing my project, Goalkeepers in the Studentpreneur Awards. For me, standing on this stage itself feels like a truly significant moment. So my project Goalkeepers has started off with a simple thought that games aren't just for fun. What if they could actually teach us something important or inspire us to take action? And inspire us to take action in the sense, like under global issues like sustainability, climate action, understanding emotions, all these. And that's where I noticed the gap. So with Goalkeepers, I created a set of AI-powered games based on the UN's SDG goals that help to raise awareness about climate action, then sustainability, life below water, etc. So far, this journey has been truly rewarding. Within India, more than 4,000 learners, I have inspired them to create more games, and they've shared their experience on how these games have helped to change the idea on way they think about studying and responsibility. On a global level, more than 2,000 students have engaged with Goalkeepers, and this proves that my idea goes far beyond boundaries. Once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to SSVM institutions for organizing this platform, and thank you.
Thank you so very much. Congratulations once again. And second place goes to Vinayak Rajaram from SSVM World School in second place, taking home a cash prize of 10,000. His project was in the genre of green AI. Vinayak, we're going to give you a minute again. Can I hold that for you? You're most welcome.
My name is Vinayak Rajaram, and I have created Hydrobot, an AI-powered sustainable food producer. So what are the current green crises we are facing now? The soil is depleting due to over-farming, and the Urbanization reduces the farmlands. More than 70% of Earth's water is used for agriculture. And growing population demand for more produce in less space. That's where Hydrobot comes in. Hydrobot is a fully AI-powered aerophonic system. The aerophonic system enables misting of water, which saves up to 90% of water than regular farming. But there is no compromise in the production. It triples with less space compared to traditional farming. As you all know, it's fully AI integrated. It consists of features like AI plant disease detection, automated water level and nutrition control, and IoT-powered LED grow light and cameras. So what's next? We plan to scale it from small homes and restaurants to large industries, farms, and smart cities. I'd like to thank my mentors, families, SSVM institution, and Transforming India Conclave for this wonderful opportunity and their invaluable support. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Congratulations. And in first place, taking home a cash prize of 25,000 from Reed's World School, we have Vinay Siddharth S. and Suraj Prithvi. Can we give these two young boys a big round of applause? Can I invite you to take the podium, introduce your project? Would you like me to hold on to that for you?
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vinay Siddharth, and alongside me is Suraj. First of all, I would like to thank the management for organizing this Studentpreneur Awards. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present my project here, which is Vestium AI. So Vestium AI is basically an AI personal assistant which knows you, knows your emotion, knows the weather and what occasion you're planning for, and suggests you a perfect, beautiful outfit to wear for the rest of the day.
So we are going to cost it of 199 rupees per month, and it's not about just recommending clothes. It's a transformation to fashion industry in this smarter and sustainable experience. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Congratulations once again. May I also please invite you to felicitate Mr. Lokesh Kanagaraj. Sir, romba nandri. Thank you so very much. You say we made your day. You've made our entire month and our year by just being here, I promise you. Hey, இத்தனை நேரம் கத்தி கத்தி கை தட்டி தொண்டை தண்ணிலாம் வத்தி போச்சா? Where is the reaction? That's more like it. Thank you.
அரங்கமதிர விசில் பறக்கவே.
I'm going to ask you to stay back. There's one more performance on stage. Please don't head on out and crowd the man. Please do stay back. Please do stay back. And can I invite the backstage team to come clear the stage, please? We have a performance after this. Can we please clear the stage? So to all of you to begin with, thank you so very much for being such a wonderfully engaged audience. Thank you for fangirling and fanboying with me. Thank you for being here, asking such wonderfully engaged questions, for putting our speakers on the spot every once in a while, asking them challenging and difficult questions. I must commend you all. So up next, some of your friends are going to be taking over the stage. They are from SSVM Mettapalayam. Not bad. Prabala director arkato, friends arkato, reaction is the same. That's the way it's supposed to be. Presenting to you a beautiful snake dance by the boys and girls from SSVM, Mettupalayam.
ശങ്കരാഭരണമായി മാറിയ വാസുകിയും ശാർങ്ങിക്കുമെത്തയായി തീർന്നോരനന്ദനും തക്ഷകൻ കാർക്കോടകൻ ശംഖപാലാദികൾ ചേർന്നഷ്ടനാഗങ്ങൾ തുണയ്ക്കണേ സർപ്പാവർണ്ണങ്ങളുടെ സഗാത ചൊല്ലുമേ ഗണപതി ഭഗവാനെ മലർത്തേങ്ങായ്യപ്പം ഇളകി ഇളകന്റെ ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളകി ഇളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ ശിരങ്ങളെ 1000 പണമാക്കി മാറ്റിയ നന്ദൻ അഞ്ചുതലനാഗമായി ദുർജടി ജടയതിൽ വീണ്ടും അലങ്കാരമായി തീർന്നനന്ദൻ തും തും താ താ തകിട തക തകിടക തകിട തക തകിടക തിരുകട തക താ തിരുകട തക തും തും തിരുകട തക താ തിരുകട തക താ തിരുകട താ തിരുകട താ തിരുകട താ വനത്തിൽ ഭിക്ഷുവേഷം കൊണ്ടുവന്ന പരമേശ്വര രൂപം കണ്ടു മോഹം കൊണ്ടു മുനിപത്നികളൊന്നൊഴിയാതെ അവരും പിന്നട കൊണ്ടു കോപമാർന്നു മുനിമാരവരാഭിചാരം ചെയ്തു
ആഭിചാരത്തിൽ നിന്നും ഉറവ കൊണ്ടു നാഗങ്ങൾ അനവധി അണിഞ്ഞുഹരൻ തോൾവളകളായി കണ്ഠഹാരങ്ങളായി കങ്കണം കാത്തളയുമായി നാഗം ചതുരുലകത്തെ പിതാവിനു ഹാരമാക്കിയ മന്നനേ സത്പദംശനമേറ്റു മൃവീതി ശപിച്ചാൻ മുനി ശൃംഗിയും അത്യപൂർവം കോട്ട കെട്ടി സുരക്ഷിതം വാണു മൃതൻ ഒരു ഫലത്തിലൊളിച്ചകത്തു കടന്നു തക്ഷക ഭീരതും സർപ്പസത്യം ചെയ്തു സർപ്പകുലത്തെ ആകെ മുടിക്കുവാൻ ചെയ്തു യാഗം പരിഷത്തിൽ പുത്രനാം ജനമേ ജയം യാഗശാലയിൽ ഇഴഞ്ഞെത്തി നാഗമൊന്നൊന്നായൊടുങ്ങി
കൊട്ടയില്ലത്തെ ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ ഒരു നാളിൽ ദർശനമേകി മഹാവാസുകി ഇല്ലത്തെ അമ്മയ്ക്കൊരോമന പുത്രനായി ജന്മം എടുത്തിതേ നാഗദേവൻ ശാസിച്ചൊരമ്മയോടവൻ പിണങ്ങി പിന്നെ നിലവറയ്ക്കുള്ളിൽ വാസമായി
വസുതയിൽ വസിപ്പൂ വാസുകേയൻ പണ്ടു ശിവനെ പോലൂഴിയിൽ നിന്നു ഊറ്റിക്കുടിപ്പൂ കാളകൂടം അതുപോൽ വസുതയെ തീണ്ടുന്ന വിഷമൊക്കെ ഊറ്റിയെടുക്കുന്നു ഉരകങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങൾ
A big round of applause for all of them, please. And before we wrap up, we have here with us Mr. Tapan Aslot, who conducted a workshop of how our students can use AI for social good. This was a day-long workshop, and the feedback has been absolutely incredible. Mr. Tapan, are you here with us? Welcome. Can I please have you join us up here on stage? And may I please request Ms. Maya George to join us on stage to do the honors of felicitating Tapan here. Can I say students were falling over themselves to sign up for your workshop to begin with? That was what it was like, and their experience has been absolutely incredible. Can I have you join us center stage? Ms. Maya George will felicitate you. A big round of applause for our expert here who showed up and put together a beautiful workshop that our students have enjoyed. I feel like next year for the Studentpreneur Awards, many of the people who attended this workshop might end up showing up on stage. Only time will tell. We'll find out. Thank you, Tapan. What a privilege it's been to have you here with us. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ms. George. Thank you. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, our incredible teachers, thank you so very much. With that, we come to the conclusion of day one of the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2025. Thank you so very much for being an absolutely incredible audience. Nandri, Vanakkam, have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Students, please remain seated. Please remain seated. Request Excellence and Reads to first move out. Excellence and Reads. Rest all, please remain seated. Request Reads and Excellence to first leave. Rest all, please remain seated.